Let me grab my coffee real quick. Alrighty. Okie dokie. Time to get. Where is my coffee? Oh, there it is. Okie dokie artichoke. Using the AirPods today, so hopefully you guys will be able to hear pretty good. Alright, so we'll see how the signal goes in. Sometimes the signal gets a little bit choppy when we go out here, but that's it. It is what it is, right? Not really much I can do about that. So we'll put this over here. I'm going to double check the Wi-Fi, so we'll see how that works. The studio Wi-Fi, that is. Off. Put that there. Chicky, you want some yummy yummy? Come here. Come on, guys. Yum, 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 yum. They're getting kind of hungry. Gotta feed the chickens real quick. I'm looking in the chat. What are you doing, chicken? You want some yummy stuff? You want some yummy stuff, chicken? You want some up here? There we go. One more scoop. One more scoop. There you go, guys. One more scoop. There we go. We'll put that there for now. What's up, guys? I had to feed the chickens this morning. And we need to get them some more hay. I'm going to put some more hay in the cage. Feel free to let me know where you guys coming in from. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me okay. The signal sometimes gets a little choppy out here, so I'm probably going to put you guys right here. And in case anybody was in the chat, there's the big old thing of dirt. So we're definitely going to have to take that dirt. Definitely going to have to take that dirt. And we're going to have to put it in these raised beds. But we got a cold front coming in, so I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. Morning, y'all. Feel free to double tap that screen. Maggie Rose, yes. Maggie. Maggie. Maggie, is the signal okay right now? I'm using the signal from the studio, and I'm wondering if you can hear me okay. But yeah, everybody in the chat, guys, feel free to drop a like. Feel free to drop a comment. You know, I have some good moderators in here. And, long story short, this is a fun spot for you guys to kind of come and interact with me. Kind of getting the day kind of going. I had to knock out some morning stuff. And, yeah, signal's great. Cool. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you. Well, we just fed the chickens. I think you can probably hear me with my AirPods. So I'm going to come over here, and I got some extra hay. I got some farm grower crumbles. I got some hay. Okay. So I got some more hay right here. Hey, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come on, bud. What you doing, buddy? What's up, bud? What's up, buddy? Buddy's a good boy. He's a good boy. You should get your head squeezed. Anybody else just like to squeeze animals on their head? He gets a head squeeze. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. What's up, bud? What's up, bud? You want to come up here? What's up, buddy? What's up? His claws got stuck. What are you doing, bud? What are you doing, bud? Just want to squeeze his head. I say hey to the folks. Everybody likes that. Yeah, he's more like a dog, and I like keeping the cat around because he helps with the snakes and some of the pests around. He's like 12 years old, and he has a friend over here, Possum. Hey, bud. You ready to jump down? He's a good boy. But we got some chickens over here, and I got to put some hay in the chickens thing. Oh, nice. Ivan, welcome in. Pretty cat. I love a good cat. Oh, boy. Message and review. What do we got? Let's see if we got a freak in the chat today. Oh, that's a pretty big boy. We'll show that. Okay, cool. Yeah, he is a pretty big boy. He once he got here, he got about 5 pounds on him because I started taking, you ever cook like extra steak or extra fat and you kind of have like trimmings and stuff. He gets all the trimmings and stuff. So one thing is anybody that works out here, we got some land and some stuff, but anybody that comes and works, they always eat good. You know what I'm saying? Always gonna eat good. If you're willing to work out here, man, you're always gonna have something yummy to eat, you know. So what's this? We run a dog daycare here in Tennessee. Game changer, that's cool. That's cool. You run a dog daycare? That's gotta be fun. Oh, sweet. What kind of dogs? The reason I'm asking is I used to, when I lived in California before I moved back east, I used to do Rover, and I had a little bit, a lot of land in California, and I used to have uh, travelers and business people let me watch their dogs and when they went on trips and stuff. And boy, it was really fun. So, good morning, Just Nick. Just Nick on YouTube. Looks like Just Nick's got a YouTube page. Guys, remember, I do ask no one to ever self promote in here, but if you're someone who, is streaming and doing stuff like that, I'll give you a shout out from time to time. Just no spamming, but I see that that's there. Let's see. Wish I could start a cat sanctuary in Colorado. Ooh, if you had a cat sanctuary, you could probably get some red heated lamps. You could get some red heated lamps, and there's probably a big market for that, I bet. Somebody said something about the shots, and then you said the shots. I'm going to bring you guys over here. All but pits. Yeah, yeah, sometimes pits can be a little crazy. I'm not trying to stereotype dogs. I've met some great pits, but whenever I've had a dog bite me, because I had gloves and stuff, whenever they've ever attacked me, a few times it's been pits. But, it's kind of one of those things. Every dog's different. Just because a dog's big and scary doesn't mean it's going to be territorial, but some dogs seem to have a little bit more of that umph in them. Yeah, lifespan. Ivan was talking about this. Yeah, the shots will, man, what are they giving them a shot with? The same stuff they gave Captain America? What are they doing? Giving the same stuff they gave Captain America? All right, so I got this, and then I got my coffee, and I guess since I'm a high tech redneck, it's man, but they gave him the shots. They gave the Captain America. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Turn it into like damn a super kitty? They're gonna give them a shot and give them like double their lifespan? What the heck? Does that work on people? Does that work on people or just cats, man? Asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. All right, so we got the chickens over here. The chickens need a little bit more hay. I'm up on a hill. I wonder if the signal will catch if I come up here. We're getting kind of to the end of where the signal's at. So I'm gonna put this bad boy down. Got my coffee cup. As you can see, I decided today would be a great day to have a coffee cup with no lid. Shout out, it's got Charlie Kirk on it. For any guys who don't know, I am not very religious, but I was kind of a fan of Charlie Kirk. So R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Keep his memory going. You know. Oh, looks like we had some water in there. Hmm. So we got some hay over here. That's what's in it. Sharps, or however you spell it, tried to rip my arm off as a kid. Ooh, brother said, really? Dang, that's a crazy story, man. That's something you need to write a book on or something. That's a crazy story, like in a good way. The signal, this is about where the signal peaks out. So, what I'm probably going to do is put this by this shrubbery here. And I am going to talk to you guys, but when I go past that line, the signal usually cuts out. Yeah, all I'm going to do is put the hay in real quick. In 1 second. So I'm putting this hay to keep the chickens warm because we do have a cold front coming in. So keep in mind, we don't have the best Wi-Fi out here. So going to the modem, but I will be right back. And I'll come look at your chat. Just give me a couple minutes while I spread this out a little bit. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I apologize for that. Like I said, when I get over there, the Wi-Fi kicks out sometimes, but that's all right. Nice chicken coop. Thanks, man. The predator proofing's pretty good, except it's got one little gap up there, but it is what it is. Come on, guys. Yeah. There we go. That'll make them happier. That'll make them happier. Yeah. There you go, guys. There's some fresh hay for you over there. And I got to take their water. And then we're going to refill their water. 20 of them. Yeah, it only cuts for a little bit because being out here in the middle of the country, we just don't have the best signal. So I've got a brand new iPhone with the, how would you say, 2 modems, but I can't use my 5G service out here because there's no signal. And I use the modems from the buildings, but the buildings are galvanized metal, so it pulls the signal down. So, a lot of times I don't even do this, but I've been trying to get monetized lately. And if somebody was asking about going live, then yeah, you have to get 50 subscribers. And once you get 50 subscribers, then you get the ability to go live, but you need at least 50 subscribers. You need 50 subscribers, and then you can go live and start streaming. So what you want to do is just share a bunch of videos of stuff that's already popular online, right? Just go share a bunch of videos that are popular online, and people will come and do some shorts that say, hey, I'm trying to get monetized. Come check out my channel. And then once you get 50 people to sign up, then start going live. Because I just realized after loading videos for 8 years, I never shared. I didn't try to just learn the algorithm. I just put a bunch of stuff that was interesting to me. And that's really, realistically, probably the worst way to try to get monetized. What you would want to do is share a bunch of content of videos that have millions of views. Thanks for the thumbs ups, guys. And then, what's up? You're an inspiration. Oh, Maggie, thank you. So, share videos that are popular and then ask people to come support your channel. And then when you start going live streaming, just talk about things that are interesting to you. And just understand you're going to have haters, but be true to yourself. And then if you just don't quit, it will grow. If you just don't quit, it will grow. If you just don't quit, it will grow. We got some workers doing work in the house, so we're going to come in here. So, yeah. Yeah, but that's the main thing that you want to do. The main thing is to make sure that you discuss the things that you want to talk about. And then to grow a community, the main thing that you want to do is don't be fake. Don't talk about things that aren't important to you because the modern viewer sees straight through that. So you need to be genuine and authentic, and you be able to articulate points, and you need to be able to respond to people, and you want to be able to do all those. And when you do that, you create a scarce resource, and then people will come back. That's what you want to do. So let's see here. Time to go give the chickens the water. Chickens water. Do 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 do. Good, good, good. So this is the water thing right here. And also, guys, feel free to ask me anything. Do I live on this property? Yes, I do. This is a family property that we all have ownership in. So we all work together and keep it in the family. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Okie dokie. And that is the water feeder. That's what's up. Yeah. By the way, guys, you know, you're welcome to ask me anything at all. Just keep it polite and keep it respectful for the viewers. Sometimes I get younger viewers in for the moms and dads and all the people come in here and they know their kids are younger. If they come into my chat, rest assured, I do my best to keep all the crazies out, as I like to call them, the crazies. You know what I mean? People who just ain't got no damn sense. Anyways, so now we're going to put this back into the chicken. Why? Because nothing is better than chickens and eggs. Had this little chain here. You thirsty? You want some water? Come on. Hey, bud. You doing good? Hello. Come on. Come on. What's up, bud? There you go. There you go. You're good. You're good. You're good. There we go. Hey, no, 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 no. Nobody. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on. There you go, guys. What you guys got? Any questions for me? Yeah, they can have some predators for sure. They can definitely have some predators. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Burr, 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 burr. No, 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 no. Come on. There you go. Come on. Come on, chickie. Come on. There you go. Come on. Good chicken. Good chicken. There you go. Come on. There you go. Let's see here. Oh, you like the Bigfoot sign? Appreciate that, man. There you go. Go on. There you go. Ooh. Nope. Nope. All right. He's trying to get back in. Come on. I'm trying to teach him how to get back into the food because they're still new. So this is the first time they've been out. Watch out. So we'll see if I can lure them back in. The Bigfoot, have you had lost any chickens? No, so far I haven't lost any to predators. This is the first time that they've been out, so hopefully one of them don't get the bright idea just to go run out in the back of the train track. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. I'll pop them suckers over there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah. Usually when I give them feed, they'll come back in, which is good. Come on. I couldn't have next here in Florida. The only predators are neighbors. Yeah, well, that's just kind of how sometimes some states are like that sometimes. You know what I mean? Some states are like that. Some states are like that. Come on. Some states are like that. Come on. Come on, guys. Come on. Awesome. Don't even think about it. Hey. Come on. Good chicken. Come on. Up, up, up. Up, 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 up. There you go. Up, up, up. Don't do it, possum. There we go. So some of these little guys are out here. I'm trying to see if the big ones will go back in. A lot of times they will, especially with the mealworms. No, 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 no. Y'all guys stay over there. Well, they know where their coop is, so they're going to go back in, and they've had food. So the one in the back's going to jump back up. See, he just jumped back in on the back side. But I'm trying to teach them where the food and stuff is. The chickens are chasing the cat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, when you get cats and chickens, you want to introduce them and let them kind of move around together and just kind of, patrol the situation, if you will. So I've got a door open here. There's one back there, and they know there's food in here. They know where their food's at, right? They know where their food's at. And then a lot of times, because they want to be together in their flock, if you roll them to the back, one of them is the smartest. The other one, I don't really think he knows that he can get in from that side. So, essentially, they've got food in there, and I have this little back door over here. And a lot of times, if they think about it, they'll see the hole and they'll want to go back to their family and friends because they stay in a flock. So, there you go. So he's going to jump up there. Jump, jump, jump. There we go. So now 4 of them are back in, and now we only need 1 more back in. So now all of them are back in the cage but 1, which is good because they got out and they ranged. But I'm see if that last one will come back in. Let's go, bud. Back inside. Come on. No, buddy. Come on. Come on, chickie. Back in. Up, up, up. See, he didn't fly. I don't know if he sees the door over there. Come on. You see it over there, right? This one, I don't think sees the door over there. But he's right there in the back. And if you think about it, Yeah, I think he's too short. He doesn't really see the big door up there. So we got all 4 of them in, but this one just doesn't really see the door. See, I have a door in the back, and they typically get the door. Weekly, 4 3 to 5 a day. 3 to 5 a day. So weekly, that's about, I don't know, 20 or so. Yeah, so okay, so we have a 1 rooster, but, most of them are hens. See, all of them went back in. Now there's a door open in the back, and this one chicken, I don't think he has realized that there's a door there, but I want him to know so they know where to go in and out. So when I let him range a bit, see, everybody's back in but this one. Come on, bud. It's right up there. Come on, it's right up there, bud. It's right up there. There you'll see it. Dang, he still don't see it. But I think I might have a game plan for him. So I got him back in. I'm gonna pop this one open right here and see if maybe he'll go in on that side. Come on, bud. Come on. Come on. See, a lot of times they get curious, and he sees there's food in there. Over there, bud. There we go. Just like that. And now he's back in. So, you see what I did was I made an opening in the fence and I let them see the food inside, walked them around, and then now they know they can go in and out. So you got to do that from time to time. And then you see the cats are out here. You see, they're like looking at them, but the cats eat good. So that's good because the last thing I want to do is one of my chickens get the bright idea to say, "Hey, I'm independent," but they usually stick with their flock. Yeah. So I mean, it's cold right now, so they're not laying, but when it's warm, well, we get 3 to 5 a day, enough for a good breakfast. Because breakfast for me, you know, some bacon and eggs, ain't nothing better than some bacon and eggs sometimes for breakfast, you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of a savage, I love me some bacon and eggs. Okay, guys, Titan Brews back in. Okie dokie. Yeah, so I've got some workers in the house doing some work, but I'm actually thinking about going there and doing some cooking. So you guys got any questions? So how do you keep so I have a red light. So basically we have hay, we use hay to keep them warm, and then we have a red light in the center, and then we have a red light on the inside where the chickens basically where they're roosting at night and where they're nesting. We put a red light in there, and then we have a red light on the out, and then with hay. So between hay and red lights, it's pretty easy to keep them warm. You just want to make sure you have the red light where they're gonna roost, and yeah, never had any issues. The water will freeze, but the chickens are warm. Yeah, Titan Brew said that last time. He said they had workers out there. I'll show you what, this is a project that's gonna be fun. This project is going to involve taking all that dirt and then moving everything into these raised flower beds. So I've been chopping wood. I chopped a bunch of wood, and I thought about chopping some wood this morning. Maybe I'll talk to you guys while I chop some wood. Hand saver, so too. So that's true. But you guys know I do a lot of computer work. So most of what I do is on the computer. I just started streaming because we're working on the farm and stuff to try to be more self-sufficient. But you guys know my world is typically more in here, right? This is my little world in here. For you guys who are new to the chat, this is where I'm typically at in my office over here. So A lot of times when you see me, I'm over here, little nap spot, got some projects going on over here, and then there's my office over there. Got me a little chair, and that's kind of where I do a lot of my computer work and stuff. So, you're curious about the raised beds? What are you curious about? Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think raised beds are not a bad idea at all. I think if you all you do is take some tin, make a frame. If you look at the frames right here, you can see right here, it's just a frame and it's got the tin on it. And then what it does is it helps keep the dirt and everything consolidated. And then, also if you have oak trees and stuff like we do, sometimes it's hard to grow with a lot of oak trees around for a lot of different reasons, the root systems and stuff. So raised beds are a great addition, and then you can populate in a greenhouse like we do over here. So the greenhouse is where we start everything, get it going, and the idea is to transfer from that to the raised beds. Yeah, oh, it's definitely for food, no joke. It's definitely for probably more like peppers and onions, maybe some tomatoes. I like more meat and eggs in my diet, but when I do a lot of proteins and fats, but let's say I want to make some pasta sauce or something. I think if you get steeped tomatoes and you pull the skins off, I know people are going to say the nutrients are in the skin. Yeah, well, that's also where the phyto and anti nutrients are. So I like to blanch tomatoes, pull the skins off, and then mix that with some peppers and onions. And I make a lot of tomato sauces um, because I don't eat a lot of vegetables. I eat more fruits and meats and stuff, but I do find myself sometimes wanting some Italian marinara. So I'm going to have basil and oregano for my herbs and spices, and then a couple nightshades, and basically just for that. And then we did think about, because we do eat meat and stuff, we did think about getting a couple pigs to be able to slaughter. But with our space, I feel like it would be better just to grow kind of what we need, put it in a external freezer in case it gets cold, and just support the local farmers and just buy from them. Well, tomato sauce is very easy to make, yeah. And my marinara is pretty good. And I'm not trying to just say that. Like I'm not gonna say like, oh, my tomato sauce is really good, but I was used to work in restaurants back in the day. So I was trained by some chefs that were on Iron Chef that had a restaurant down in Georgia. They were on Iron Chef, and then they uh, basically had like a 4-star restaurant, and I used to serve tables there. And I used to like wash these giant pots of marinara, and I used to watch how they did it. And long story short, I've got a recipe where I take fresh bagel, fresh oregano, and then I take a certain blend of peppers and onions and I saute them. And I know how to steep a good tomato sauce. And when I mix it all together, it's phenomenal between the garlics and the salts and everything. So yeah. And the good thing about that sauce is you can freeze it, put it in the freezer in large quantities, and when you want to eat, you just pull one out, let it de-thaw. And really as it ages, it usually tastes better as it ages. Awesome. Oh man, Maggie. Maggie says I always grow definitely tomatoes and sweet potato. Well, sweet potato isn't a bad idea because I do got to say, sweet potatoes, in case you guys don't know, if none of you guys have ever hired me as a trainer or anything, which most of the people in this chat haven't, if you take sweet potatoes and you boil them and you get them soft, you can use the sweet potato guts to make all sorts of stuff. You can use it to mix with a little bit of real flour to make pancakes. You can use it to mix with bananas and protein powder. Like you can use it to make like a big tomato, not tomato, but a big sweet potato like splat. You just smash it down, right? And you put stuff on top of it and bake it. Like sweet potatoes are very versatile. If you don't like to eat a lot of bread and stuff, which I'm not against bread, but it needs to be real like sourdough or real bread. That stuff they sell at the store in the United States now, that stuff's some bullshit. That ain't real bread. If it's real bread, how come if you put water on it, like take real bread and put water over it and then take that stuff? It ain't bread. I don't know what it is, but it ain't bread. Anyways, but when I was younger, I used to, especially when I was living in my car back in the day, I used to take like the cheapest bread I could, a thing of bologna and mustard, sear that bad boy, and I'd wrap up like 5 or 6 of them. So I know what it's like to struggle and stuff, guys. So I get you. But if you have the choice, try not to let that be your staple of nutrition. Pretty sure that chemicals and stuff is having some some of the reasons why we have autoimmune diseases in this country is probably from those chemicals. I have a decent spice garden too, basil, thyme. Oh, I should probably do some thyme. Yeah, thyme is good. Plants grow really good in South Florida. Okay. So in South Florida, yeah, yeah. I think y'all's climate to grow some of that stuff in South Florida is a lot better than our climate. Sometimes Georgia's got a pretty decent climate, but I feel like Florida has got that tropical, you know, just it feels like there's more sun, feels like the humidity factors. I feel like Florida would be easier for some of those. I hear you. It's oh yeah, it is great frozen. 100%. 100%. Guys, we've been going for 30 minutes. We got 12 people, 12 thumbs ups. That's cool. In case you're wondering, I looked at the metrics earlier and we hit over 20, I think it was 2,300. Let me see if I have it right here. Give me 1 second. So right through here, we're at 4,077 subs, which is cool. Also, here's something random. I made some chicken wings. Those are some chicken wings I made. That I figured out how to bake chicken wings and make them fire. So those are my chicken wings I made. So my chicken wings were all baked. That was not from a grill. I figured out how to get them perfect. So okay, well I'll keep that in mind. If you shade properly, I guess yeah, the biggest thing you'd run into is trying to keep it shaded. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I could see that. Let's see. Here's a fun activity. I was playing with the desk the other day. There's my new little office area. Pay attention to that top producer. Top producer, and this is my favorite sign in my office. Nobody cares. Work harder. Yeah. All right, let me get off of this green screen now. St. Jason, welcome back. Oh, welcome back, brother. I want to knock in a little bit more because as far as the streaming hours go, I think we hit over 2,300. So I think we're within 700. So I think if I can continue to stream, like, I don't know, for at least an hour in the morning and maybe some time in the evening, there's going to be a good chance that we can get monetized. Um, it's just a lot of my monetization comes from these streams. So when I have 12 or 13 people or 20 people watch for an hour, that's 20 hours. So I need to do that 5 days. But it's kind of a thing. It's working. The Blue Crew's in. Jason, how are you doing today? Saw it earlier. Good morning. How are you guys doing? Got some workers in the house, but I tell you what, I am definitely getting my appetite is coming up now. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw. I'm thinking about just reheating some of them. I'm just gonna eat some of them eggs real quick. There we go. Yeah, we'll put this over here. Okie dokie. Alrighty. Maggie, seems like your views are up even in the past couple weeks. Yeah, we're definitely getting close to being monetized. Well, that's the whole goal is to get monetized, right? That has been the goal. So essentially, as we get closer to being monetized, it gets better and better. Also, looks like my hair is getting longer. Let's see here. Take this over here, pop this over here. So this here. Pop this over here. So this morning, since we're going to break the fast again, hey Maggie, seems like your views are up. I'm basically going to do a higher fat and protein breakfast for this meal. Because remember, guys, I change what I eat. Because in case you guys don't know, you may not know this, but back in the day, I did some fitness modeling. So for me, what I like to do is when I'm doing what I do, I like to alternate between my carbohydrates, my fats, and my proteins. And what that allows me to do is stay lean year round without getting fat, and I still get to enjoy the yummy stuff. So breakfast for me is going to be a combination of fats and proteins, and this will be no carbohydrates. And I'll do this for a period of time. Guys, I'm not against carbohydrates, but you have to time them properly. Most people don't time their carbohydrates, hence why I'm not going to say get a big belly or anything, but there's some method to my madness. There definitely is. So there's definitely a method to the madness for me when it comes to staying in shape. So the biggest thing for me is understanding your proteins, your fats. Let me put the and yeah. So we got some workers working on some stuff in here. So if you see them walking by, just no big deal. So yeah. So come over here. I got my earbuds on and I'm going to be checking this, but I do phases where I do higher carb, lower carb, higher fat, lower fats. It's all based on my activity, guys. This is a very good way to eat, especially if you're active. So this meal is actually going to be probably what a lot of you would consider crazy, but I'm telling you, if you go through days and you go through periods where you don't eat a lot of carbohydrates for a few days, and then you have days where you do eat carbohydrates, I suffer in the macro balance. Yeah, well, ask me about the macros. I'm on a nutrition thing now, so ask me. Right. This is your chance. I mean, I don't have the best physique in the world, but I do get compliments on my physique all the time. All the time. So, essentially, I will show you how to do it. I will show you. You probably won't like it, but I will show you how it's done. So, well, bam. So this is basically going to be, I'll even do days where, and people laugh at this, but I'll do days where I take my protein down and I eat less protein and more fat. And then I have times when I eat more protein. And then I have times when I eat more carbohydrates. It's all depending on my activity and based on what my goals are. No, buddy. No. Try to keep that door shut if you can, please. Okay. All right. So, essentially, I'm going to break a fast with a high protein fatty meal. Okay. This is a very good strategy. Now, let's see. Yeah, I mean, people have paid me to cook food for them in the past. Oh, after you, brother, for sure. People have paid me to cook food for them in the past, but again, I've lost 100 pounds. So the way I cook is different. I'm not just cooking for taste. I'm cooking to actually stay lean. and I'm cooking to look a certain way, right? There's a lot of details that go into that, right? So essentially, the biggest thing is understanding how to balance your macronutrients between your proteins, your fats, and your carbs, right? So once you get that down, it's not too hard. Once you get that down, it's not too hard. So, any questions in the chat about protein, fat, and carb balance? Any questions with that? Any questions on that? Nice. Yeah, use Chat GPT, man. But I can tell you right now, Chat GPT is going to take everything that's online, right? And it's going to take that information, and then it's not going to know what's right and wrong. It's just going to reiterate it. My strategies that I've trained hundreds of people with do not always coincide with the popular opinion. So figure out what works for your body. But at the end of the day, nothing is going to work more than you just taking a food journal, looking at yourself in the mirror, taking pictures. And if you want your body to look different, that's fine. If you don't, like right now, if I wanted to look bigger and thicker, I could go lift weights. But remember, guys, I try to stay leaner. I don't want to get too big. And I do a lot of push ups and pull ups. So I'm training more like a calisthenics than a martial artist. So I'm doing that because I have a huge business project. And to be fair, I'm going to spend more time into my business project than I am going to be lifting because um, there's a lot of money to be made in this project. Zane's back. Oh, welcome back, Zane. So, again, and also do not underestimate these eggs. And guys, if you want to stay lean and that's kind of the goal, one thing that you don't want to do, right? Any small pointers on squats? Well, it's not that simple. It depends on the length of your femur. It depends on the width of your hips. Not everybody squats the same. Some people are different heights. If your legs are this long or this long, it depends on the length of your torso. So without seeing you, I can't really give you advice because as a professional trainer, right, I am certified. I'm certified in a lot of stuff, but I am a certified trainer and nutritionist as well. When it comes to squats, depending on your height, and not just I'm this tall, whatever, but it's also the length of your legs in comparison to your torso. What you want to do is you want to move down, and the biggest thing that hurts people in squats is they don't brace their core, they don't squeeze their stomach, and they don't squeeze their glutes. When you go down and up, you want to make sure you're bracing and make sure you feel the muscles contracting, whether you're doing a front squat on your toes for more of the quad or a back squat with your glutes and your hamstrings, right? So depending on what you're, like if you're a female and you're squatting to get a juicy booty, because that's what all the females want, they want a juicy booty, right? Then that's a different squat. If you're going to do that, you'd want to put your feet wide and do more of a wide squat. And it depends on your foot position, what muscle you're trying to target. Again, your height, your experience, whether you're an athlete, if you have impingements, the flexibility, the dorsal and plantar flexure of your feet, whether your knees are healthy. There's a lot of factors to consider, right? But the main thing is do not feel the pressure in your back. If you're someone who feels pressure in your back, then maybe instead of squatting with weights, just grab something like this, right? And just get right here, and maybe just get right here, right? And go up like this, lean forward, lean back. So Don't underestimate putting something in front of you and holding on to it as you squat. So, because if you hold on to something in front of you and you squat, your body is going to use different muscles, especially if you put your hands above your head. And don't listen to the people who are just going to say, throw a weight on your back and start squatting. You need to understand that squatting is a compound movement. Most people hurt themselves on a squat if they haven't been trained to do it. You need to pull your stomach in, you need to brace. And then there's a difference between lifting for function and then lifting for strength, lifting for power, and then lifting for hypertrophy. All right. So, hope that answers your question. Where is my spatula? Where did my spatula go? There it is. All right, you see right here, again, also, if you want to get lean and you don't really want to meal prep and you're not going to do the eat every 2 or 3 hours and do that, which I don't do anymore, it does work. I'm not saying it doesn't. But if you just do eat fast, like you go through periods of time, yammy, okay. What does yammy, okay? Your voice is not good enough? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What's yammy? I'm confused. I missed something in the chat. Anyways, um, any small pointers of that? Your voice is not good enough. What are you talking about, brother? I have no idea what you're talking about. You're saying my voice? Is their voice not into the chat? I'm using my AirPods. They should be fine. You guys in the chat, can you give me a thumbs up? Can you hear me okay? Okay. So, as I was saying, one of the yammy equals delicious. Okay, very good. Well, yeah, it is going to be delicious. So, back into the nutrition. The nutrition is like this: if you're trying to have a tight stomach, then you don't always want to eat a lot of food. So I go through periods where I don't eat a lot of food. And then when I do eat, I eat a larger meal, a lot of times a lot of proteins and fats. And then if I'm doing activity, I'll supplement fruits and yogurts and stuff here and there. But I'm telling you, if your goal is to be lean, right, and not have to worry about every little detail of what you eat and not have to meal prep, if your goal is to just, with as little effort as possible, have a above average physique, then going through periods of time of fasting, letting your body heal, and then strategic game changer. Just scrolled in. How's everyone's Thursday? Yeah, welcome back in, game changer. We're doing well. Yeah, don't listen to what half the people say in the chat. Half the people that come in here, I don't know. All I know is if you're here and you're polite, there's a place to talk to. Does that make it any better? Well, I'm using my AirPods today, so I believe that the AirPods are a little bit more convenient. So just more convenient. So does that make it better for you guys? Is that a little bit better for you? Yeah, if it's low, then I can always take them out if I need to, but it's just kind of convenient while I'm cooking. But getting back to the point, yeah. Oh, maybe it's Zane. Maybe it's your phone then, because 2 or 3 people have said it's fine. So, anyways, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Zane, if you're coming in here just causing havoc, I got my eye on you. Anyways, if you just do calisthenics, go through periods of time where you don't eat, and then when you do eat, you eat more proteins and fats to help you recover, and then you drink caffeines and teas in between, and you eat fruits and stuff, you will get leaner. That's how I lost 100 pounds. So I'm telling you, it works. Now, that's not the only way to do it. If you're younger and you want to go through like a bodybuilding phase, which I did when I was younger, and you want to meal prep and eat every 2 or 3 hours and do a 40-40-20 macronutrient profile, 40% protein, 30%, like, then there's a way to do it. Okay, let's talk about that. You're having a hard time gaining weight? Oh, trust me, I put on 160 pounds in 9 years when I was in the Navy, and I did that through strength training. So I know how to get large. Look at old videos of me when I was 260, 270. I don't have any videos when I was over 300 on YouTube, but there was a time when I was close to 300 pounds. So I know exactly how to put weight on you. Brother, you got to eat more food. And I already know what you're going to say. I eat everything. I eat so much. No, you don't. No, you don't. if if you're not able to gain weight, you have to increase your calories. But you don't increase your calories through the wrong food. You increase it with more fats. Fats have 9 calories per gram, protein has 4, carbs has 4. So, since fat has 9 calories per gram, if you want to increase your weight, you need to eat more avocados, eat more peanut butters, and eat more energy dense food. But be careful, because when you do that and start to gain weight, it's not going to all be muscle, it's going to be fat. Putting on some fat is okay if you're an athlete, but if you're trying to stay lean, every time you build a new fat cell, it's like a balloon. That fat cell gets put into your body and it gets bigger and smaller, but it never goes away. So be careful if you want to put on weight too fast. The best way to put in weight is to get better at something: a push up, a pull up, a squat, a bench, a deadlift, an overhead press. Get stronger at lifting weights or heavy stuff. Get stronger or better at movements, and then increase your calories. Nobody gets, nobody that's ever done that I've trained ever stays the same size. They get bigger. So, that's just kind of how it works, man. It's not that complicated. It's not easy to do because you have to train, right? But it's simple. Simple. Makes sense? Or you could find a coach. You could find a coach that's trained a few hundred people in his life, like 687. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see this, because I fasted for like 20 hours or whatever. I had some chicken and stuff. I had a little bit of chicken yesterday, but now I'm going to eat a big meal that's going to be loaded with fats and proteins. Right? Okay. So I'm going to eat this huge meal, and then that helps me keep a small waist, because my ideal physique, again, I'm not saying I have the greatest physique. I'm not, but my ideal physique is this, is to have wide shoulders and have a narrow waist. You see that? You see how when I pull in, how you can see like the lines and stuff right through here, right? I want to have wide shoulders and a narrow waist. So in order to do that easily, without having to go to commercial gyms all the time, just doing calisthenics and sprints, I know how to eat to keep my body, right? So what I'm getting at is, if you want to go to a gym and you want to train that way, that's fine. You're going to get results. Arguably, you'll probably get results a little bit faster in the beginning, but if you want long-term results, what you're going to want to do is learn how to eat and understand nutrition and balance that based on your workload. Oh, appreciate that, Zane. Ah, okay, appreciate that, Zane. Thanks for the feedback. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, well, it could also be the exhaust. Could also be the exhaust over here in the fan because, you know, y'all guys know I'm always doing like 16 different things. I run two businesses out there. I do the streams on YouTube. I train clients at the gym. And I usually only get like, here lately, I've only got 4 hours of sleep for the last 5 days. So I'm running on fumes and coffee. So, and that's what I tell you guys too. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. Get your sleep. If you want your body to grow, don't do like I do and do the streaming till midnight and then do business and stuff. If you want your physique to be its best and look its strongest, you need to get sleep. So what you need to do is try to nap. Try to do 30-minute naps here and there. The more you sleep and recover, see, once you break your body down, it's got to recover, right? So once you break your body down, your whole goal, like if you do a bunch of push-ups today, don't do a like you can continue to do some push-ups every day and build work capacity. That works fine. However, if you feel like a portion of your body is sore and it's still recovering, then the faster you can recover from that, the quicker you're going to get results. But one of them is more hypertrophy for muscle, and one of them is more neurological for function. So you got to kind of know what your purpose of your training is, right? Zane, yeah, for sure, Zane. All I ask, Zane, is that you see how there's like 4 or 5 people, 555. Just I'm trying to make sure other people when they chat, not one person takes over. I don't want like one person like Zane. I love the chats. Thank you. Hopefully you're not a robot. I don't think you are. So, although sometimes I get some robots in here. What I want you to do is, if you can, make sure if other people are trying to chat, if for any reason, just make sure I can also see their chats because I don't want one person just be filling in the chat. But yeah, but if no one's chatting, then fill it up as much as you want. Well, not as much as you want within reason. But yeah, so now what I'm going to do is take this, right, and I'm going to stick it on a giant plate like this. Now, one of the things that I do is I am going to make sure that the grease and the fat that's on here, I do rub that off. So I'm a big believer in the butters that I use and the fats and stuff, but when I eat it, I do drain off the fat. So that's a good way to still get some yummy food, but then not have so much that you overeat, right? So I'll put this over here. I know I just grab it with my bare hands, even though it's scorching hot. I don't really feel it on my fingertips. Anyways, so we'll put this here, and then I'll drain all of this. And yeah, a lot of people laugh, but sometimes I put some of this grease in my compost pile, and it seems to be working pretty good. All right, but it will take all of that, put this over here. And what I'll do is I will I'm not against all the fats and stuff, but in order to eat this like I do with a bunch of food, I am definitely going to get as much as that extra fat off because this is a way for me to eat a yummy, like, you know, bacony, sausagey breakfast. But because I'm putting a lot of the extra fat off, it saves me about 500 or 600 calories. And again, I always tell you guys, counting calories isn't that important, but it's not a bad idea to have an idea of how much you eat per meal and figure out your nutrition based on that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a lot of different ways to eat. There's a lot of different ways to apply nutrition. There's not just one way to eat to get results. You can do it with a vegan diet. You can do it with a vegetarian diet. You know, you can do it carnivorous. There's a lot of ways to eat. Human bodies can adapt to any type of program. But the thing is, what program is going to work best for you? I just ate KFC. How was it? Was it yummy? Yeah, you see, I can eat this after I get all of this off with bacon and sausages and eggs. I can eat 3 times more of this than you can of KFC. and get more proteins and fats and not stick. However, I use against KFC. Back in the day, I used to eat a lot of KFC, but you know, I just found that if I cook my own food, it tastes better, but and it helped me lose like 100 pounds. And I could still eat some good food as long as it's good whole food, and I eliminated my sugar. My body tended to adapt to that, but it's also because of my training style. I do a lot of higher reps with push-ups and pull-ups and sprints and those activities that get you going. And you guys got to remember, I'm almost 40 years old, guys. I'm not in my 20s. I'm almost 40. So, you change how you train when you get a little bit older, especially if you want to train for a long time. Oh, the old tricycle? Oh, yeah, that's a vintage trike. Yes, it is. I think sometimes you guys just come in to look at some of the antiques that we've collected over the years. Yeah, we have a Tiffany lamp over there too. Ah, game changer. I've noticed you're living there. You're live there. Yeah, well, no, don't make yourself eat. No, 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 no. Before you go, game changer. Don't make yourself eat. Here's the thing. If you're not hungry and you haven't eaten a lot, okay, what you want to do is get a piece of fruit or something that's sweet to stimulate your appetite if you can eat. However, if you can't eat, instead of trying to make yourself eat, what you would want to do is go do some running outside or go do some sprints, push ups, and pull ups, and then earn your food. Think about your food as um, like if you're working all day, let's say you're a carpenter or you're working all day. It's people that are working all day are snacking. That's fine because they're moving. What you want to do is you want to do some activity, and that activity should stimulate your appetite if you have a healthy metabolism. And if you find yourself not being able to do that, then you may have metabolic damage, especially if you're someone like you who has a hard time gaining weight. You're someone who probably, either has metabolic damage or you can't afford food or you're just skipping meals or not doing enough physical activity for your body to crave nutrients. So, that's where the working out comes in. You have to do something with your body. Your body has to get a stimulus, some type of stimulus, right? And that stimulus demands, um, you know, you stimulate and then your body adapts to the stimulus. So, depending on what you're doing in your days, you need to send your body a signal. So, when you do eat the food, it goes to the right spot, or you're just going to get fat. Well, if you're 55 and you just want to gain weight, then I would say at your age, I would say why? I wouldn't just try to gain weight because once you get over 40, 50, 60, all that extra weight puts stress on your heart. You do whatever makes you happy, but I would recommend just start doing this. If you're not in good shape, just start getting on your elbows like this, start doing planks, hold yourself, do body weight squats, and don't do too much. Just start moving your body, twisting on the ground, but actually learn how to do a proper push up. I've been training people for 15 years, my job in the Navy. I've never, most of the time, 90% of people I teach push ups to don't know how to do a push up. Whether they have a 400-pound bench press or all this stuff, a lot of them don't know how to do push ups, right? It's not just here. You have to turn your elbows in. And then if you want to train like a gymnast, you don't want your arms here, you want them here. So you can really stretch the pectoral. So it's kind of like, you know, make sure you understand how to do the movements or you're going to create an impingement. Like there's a lot between the rhomboids, the trace major, the trace minor, the upper pectoral, the anterior delt, the posterior delt. And by understanding these things, you're going to be more efficient. But okay, cool. Well, if that's the case, well, don't be embarrassed. That's fine. This is a good room. If that's the case, then start learning how to get in bulk. Go to liquidator stores, and chances are, if you're spending money out on fast food, you're wasting money Because if you were to take the amount of money that you spend on fast food over a week or over a month and you were to actually buy, welcome, Barbie, game changer, I hear you. Yeah, look, I'm not saying, but I get the budgets issue. However, if you look at what you're spending and then you look at what everybody is buying, typically, if they were to just buy a big container of eggs, some sweet potatoes, right, and some frozen fruits and veggies, and they did not deviate from that, they would save money because so many people will spend $15 or $20 for fast food, $6 here, $10 here, and you can get a pretty good grocery list with basic foods for $50 to $100 a week. Just saying. Find out if it's important to you. Now, if it's not important to you, then don't do it. But everybody has the money. I've already done the budgets. The average American goes out to eat 3 to 4 times a week. Okay, just the average American. Okay, the average American goes out to get coffee 3 or 4 times a week. The average American gets an energy drink 3 or 4 times a week. 5 times 5 times 5 is 20. 4 times 4 times 5 is 40. Right there is $85 of budget that could buy a big thing of eggs, some ground beef, and some veggies. And what you can do it. What the problem is, most people don't know how to cook, and it takes time and it takes effort. That's why I teach you guys, if you want to get in shape and you don't want to do the meal prepping, that's when fasting comes in handy. Learn how to hydrate. You can get big things of tea, lemon juice, salt, sip on that, stay active. And then when you do eat, you can eat a big meal and you can still get in shape without having to do all the meal prepping. Because if you're going to try to meal prep, go to the gym, that's a luxury. So if you're like the average person and is just trying to stay in shape, nothing is going to get you in shape faster than learning how to fast properly, use caffeine and coffee if you get like a little bit of that. Yeah, ground beef is so easy. And if you're not eating Ritz crackers and candy and all this, what I call bullshit, these cancer foods, if you're not eating all that crap, and then you learn how to cook, like take an onion, right? Take onions and sear onions, salt, pepper, and salt, pepper, and garlic salt. Go to a Ross's or a liquidator store and then bulk them. Well, look, if you're going to go to a restaurant and it's a nice restaurant, fun. I'll have and eat it. But if your goal is to eat properly, you got to kind of learn to cook a little bit. And not everybody knows how to cook. I mean, I've been cooking in the kitchen since I was a teenager, so I'm not the best cook. But what I do is like, look, sweet potatoes. You see this? You're telling me that you can't get a bunch of sweet potatoes? You can get a whole bag of sweet potatoes, right? Heaven forbid you get an air fryer. You know, if you get big, bulky, basic foods, you'll be surprised what you can make on a budget. If you're not against rice, a big bag of rice. And if you're someone who's building muscle, you're probably gonna do better just eating when you're hungry and eating eggs and beef. I'm telling you. And then use fruits and veggies just as supplements. I mean, heaven forbid you get an air fryer, dude. Heaven forbid. Like that thing cooks for you. You don't even gotta know how to cook. All you gotta do is like push a button. Now, if you don't have the budget for it, I feel you on that. But if you have the budget and you can't cook and you're trying to like cook stuff, all you do is put food in it and then push a button. And then, yeah, that's what I mean. You ain't got to, but heck, here's the thing. You can go to, you could even go to Walmart or go to a local spot and get chicken wings. I made this whole entire thing of chicken wings right here. You see this? Whole entire thing of chicken wings, right? You see that? And I had about 14 I've already eaten. I got the entire thing of chicken for $10. It was normally 15. So for $10, right, you know what I'm saying? For $10 and a little bit of seasoning, and then, hell, go to a Goodwill into the cooking section, right? Where them go? Go to the Goodwill cooking section and get you some wire racks. Get you wire racks, put them on a pan, 425 degrees for 30 minutes, flipping halfway, 425 degrees for 30 minutes, 425 degrees for 25 to 30 minutes, flip. And then boom. So you can, for 10, 15 bucks, you can have 4 days worth of chicken. So that's like $4 a day on food for high quality food. It's just, there's ways to do it. It's just, you know, yeah. And I get everybody's on a budget. That's what I'm saying. I know you can do those kind of prices. You think I don't know that? That's why I'm telling you, game changer. I'm not saying it's easy. It's not. Like, it's going to take some time. But here's the thing. For me, investing in my health and trying to look good, I'm a trainer. When I go into a gym, there's all these guys, big, all cool, all these juiced up guys. Then we start, getting a pump. Before you know it, I've lost 100 pounds. So keeping a physique like mine, I'm not even lifting weights right now, guys. If I were to start lifting weights, you can look at some videos. I get big pretty fast because I know how to eat. Push-ups, pull-ups, and sprints. And I'm fasting. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not that hard to get a physique like mine, right? The only difference between my physique and other people's is I've been training for like 16 years since I was a teenager. So you have to make it part of your life. Just do sprints, do push-ups, do pull-ups, fast sometimes. When you do eat, make sure you eat neutrally dense food and you will start to feel better. So that's all I got to say about that. Well, dang, well, that's the thing, man. If you want to not feel so old, a lot of that stress, a lot of that sleep, at the end of the day, man, just focus on taking little baby steps. And over time, it'll work. You know what I'm saying? Like, this entire breakfast cost me like $6. $6. $6. So, the game changer, one of the things is start doing push-ups, pull-ups. Go out to a park, right? And get one of them bars. Get a pair of gloves and start controlling your body weight up and down outside, and you will feel better. I actually theorized something the other day. I think if more people were to do push-ups and pull-ups outside, they may get and feel better than training in a gym all the time. Because when you think about it, and again, I know people work and I know people have to do all these jobs and do stuff they don't want to do. I'm not saying train yourself to exhaustion. If you still have to get up and do other things, I'm saying just start doing it as a habit just to do a little bit. And over time, it's going to build, and that's where work capacity training comes. Just wake up in the morning and do 10 push-ups. If that's hard, you wake up in the morning and do 9 push-ups. If that's hard, then wake up in the morning and do 8 push-ups. Who you trying to impress? You're just trying to get better at yourself. If you wake up in the morning and you can't do 1 push-up, that's all right. Get on your knees. Try to do 5 knee push-ups for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You're not trying to destroy your body. You're just trying to send a signal. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bullshit. Bullshit. You're telling me your whole life, you're 55, you didn't know sugar was bad for you? That's bullshit. And I don't believe that. I don't believe you can live on Earth. And are you in the United States, game changer? You telling me for the last 55 years you ain't known that sugar is bad for you? If that's the case, then I feel sorry for you, but I don't believe that. I think you knew it was bad for you and you chose to eat it anyways because you wanted instant gratification and you wanted to get, because a lot of people, including myself, I love sugar, dude. Oh, I can't have donuts and stuff in the house. I'll eat the whole thing. Huh. Well, if you didn't have access to that information, I empathize with you. I still don't believe you, by the way. I still don't believe you. I don't. But Ocean VRFS. But here's what I'll say. If you've abused sugar, you probably need to do a detox. And I'm not for the ketogenic diet long term, but if you've abused sugar for a long time, you should probably go on a higher fat and protein to reset your insulin and start doing more physical activity. And then once you get leaner and get more in shape, then your body can use glucose. Glucose and sugar is not bad. Your body just has to metabolically be able to handle it. In order for your body to be able to metabolically handle sugar, it's something where you have to do activity. You need to have some muscle on your frame so you can store the glycogen. If you don't have enough area in your muscles to store the glycogen, because sugar is a monosaccharide or a polysaccharide, insulin gets produced by the pancreas and then sends it. Too much sugar can cause havoc on the body. But if you do sprints or you're an athlete, you can utilize that sugar to your advantage. You know what I'm saying? For sure, man. Well, dude, here's the thing. I know you're on a budget. Here's the thing. If you ever find yourself wanting to work with a professional, message me, Mind Music and Muscle. What I do is I do accountability training and I'm very affordable. I'm affordable for all sorts of budgets, right? I do 30-minute meetings with you, Zoom, FaceTime, and I can coach you on all these principles. All right. But the main thing I would tell you is, you know, oh yeah, frozen fruit, absolutely. I got to agree with Nicole on that. Ocean VRFS, welcome in. Welcome in. Shout out to a longtime viewer, Ocean VRFS. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, frozen fruit is not bad. If you're someone who loves sweets, I've got some recipes I share on here sometime. Try to treat fruit as your new candy. So when you want something sweet, try to go for fruit. I recommend pineapple. If you have a Kroger near you, you can get a big old pineapple, a decent one. God, I just want to eat it. You know what I mean? Try to get a pineapple for like $3, or have candies like this. These are candy. This is your new candy. Smell your fruit. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, meat and fruit diet's pretty good way to get lean. I don't know. I don't know too much about getting lean. I'm only lost 100 pounds. Been a trainer since I was a teenager, almost 40. My job in the Navy was to train people as an ACFL. Who knows what I know? I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think I do. Hell nah. Hell nah, dude. Nah, dude, your excuses are a bunch of bullshit to me. I love you to death. I love everybody on my channel, but if you come give me a bunch of bullshit excuses, you're gonna quickly learn why I do sales because I look right through them damn bull. I look right through those excuses. If I didn't care for you, I wouldn't tell you the truth. All them bullshit excuses, I done heard it all. I'm big boned. It don't work. All right. Let me show you a picture of the average fat person who says they're big bone. MRIs show that their skeletal big bone, yeah, you may be large bone compared to other people, but those large bones don't make you fat. They may not add, you may not have like I have wide shoulders. But dude, I've been working on my shoulders for almost 10 years. For 10 years, 3 times a week, I do something that purposely tries to get my shoulders to be wide. Not huge, not overly bearing, but wide by design. So other people haven't done that. But I guess what I'm getting at is this, guys. You should really use my information and experience on this channel when I talk about health, wellness, and nutrition because it was one of my first passions, right? And I can tell you firsthand, I have a lot of different ways to eat, but I go very instinctual because I've been training since I was a teenager. I know when my body needs alcohol. What is this? Alcohol? Oh, I thought you said you need alcohol. No. First off, don't drink and don't smoke. I know when my body needs sugar. I know when my body needs carbohydrates. I know when my body needs more protein. I know when I'm fasting how to tap into fat. Like, I just know how my body works. So, if you've never done that or trained other people, you may not understand how your body works. So, I guess the whole point of it is today I needed more fats. I can just tell my body needs more fat. So, I'm eating a higher fat and protein meal. My next few meals are not going to have nearly as much fat. This is probably all the fat I need for like the next day and a half from animals. My next meals probably be more egg yolks or fruits or veg, maybe a piece of toast. Well, it's going to be depending on my activity, right? Oh, that's what's up. That's actually really good. Haha, yes. Yeah, you will start doing better, man. You just got to do it. Don't, it's one day or it's day one. One day or day one, right? I know people who are scared to eat bacon, but they'll eat Cheetos. That don't make no sense to me. I know people who, when they say I eat a bunch of like this is a very fatty protein meal, which is not all I eat. I eat all sorts of stuff, but I know people who will eat processed sugar and all this garbage and chemicals, but they won't eat eggs and meat. Now, if it's a moral or ethical reason, I can understand that. I have some empathy for that. I know it can, some people feel bad because you have to kill animals to eat them and stuff. I can feel that. But it doesn't change the fact that it really does not change the fact that the science is pretty clear on what our bodies can and can't eat. And just go by how you feel. If you start eating something and you feel bad or you notice your health isn't good, maybe it's not the genetics. Maybe it's the food you're putting in your body, and your body doesn't have the ability to do what it needs to do because it's not getting the right nutrients. See? Food. But remember, I'm breaking a fast right now. So when I break a fast, I eat a lot of food. And if I don't try to get super sore, but let's say I feel like my body is a little bit sore than it typically is because I try not to be sore. But sometimes I'll feel not soreness, but I'll feel like my body is building. So, and that's the case, I'm typically going to break my fast with more proteins and fats. But if my body's not sore and I'm still moving, then I'm probably going to use more energy and carbohydrates. So it's kind of based on how my body feels. I don't know if that makes sense to people in the chat. Like, you know, eventually, ideally, when I train people, I train them not to have to do anything other than I try to teach people to listen to their body. At the end of the day, if you learn to listen to your body with the right nutritional guidelines and principles to guide you, I typically feel most people will do better eating when they're hungry. When they're not hungry, don't eat. Stay hydrated, but not drink too much water. So you want to have salt, which is why it's good to eat more saltier meats and stuff because then you're hydrated. You can sometimes drink enough water You can sometimes drink a lot of water and dehydrate yourself if you don't do it right, because without the right amount of electrolytes, the water can delude yourself. So it's just listening to the body and then training when you have energy and when you don't. Oh, somebody put a Jason? Nicole, I did that. Oh, well, I'll tell you this, game changer. As far as eggs, that is a new I well, you're blessed enough to have eggs. That's cool. So I will give you a prop because I've kind of been beating up on you a little bit. I've been taking every excuse you get and beating you over the head with it. Like God freaking flipping my flapjacks, beating you over the head with these excuses. But yeah, I'll give you some props. If you have eggs from your chickens, man, if you just start eating eggs and fruit, I mean, 50% of what you eat is eggs and fruit, you will feel better. And then get some honey if you want some sugar. Somebody asked for agave nectar. So there's something called the glycemic index. Agave nectar is great. I think agave nectar, honey. I would say if you're in Canada, real maple syrup from a tree, all those are great. But the issue with some of those things is if you're not active enough, the calories add up. So again, I cannot stress this enough. I am always on my feet. I'm moving around. I'm always physically like demanding something from my body. You're not going to be able to eat a lot of that stuff if you're not physically active. That's why most people try to teach you to eat lower calorie options, right? But if you're physically active and then you go through periods of time where you fast, like I do, what you're going to notice is when you do eat the food, your body wrings every nutrient out. So you don't need to eat as much because you're absorbing 100% of what you eat. Strategic meal timing before and after you train. Protein and carbs. When you don't train, proteins and fats. And then you listen to your body and then you adapt. Doody doo 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 doo. Basket of eggs. Mm-hmm. And I am going to eat one of my chickens. Also, chicken wings, man. I love chicken wings. Mm. Do 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 makes so much sense. It's like I've been doing this for like 15 years of my life, which is probably why I'm a shitty mechanic and carpenter because I know more about this stuff. Actually, I am a life insurance agent, so you guys know I sell insurance. Insurance is where it's at, man. Do you know how to cook an egg? Now, I'm not trying to be mean, but like, do you know how to cook eggs? Like, if you don't like eggs or your body's saying no, then that is an issue. But I mean, if you if you use some butter and then you cook them with a not hard, but keep them like soft and tender, then eggs are actually really yummy if you know how to cook them. I find most people make them rubbery. Most people, when they cook eggs, they make them rubbery. But if you don't like eggs, that sucks because eggs are a nutritional powerhouse, dude. Could be, man. Maybe. Could be. Sometimes we all need that. I have friends that keep me in check if I feel like I'm going overboard or something. I have friends that keep me in check. You need an accountability team. If you have an accountability team or people that are going to keep you accountable, you'll be more successful than if you don't. So, what are you saying? Man, what the hell are you saying? Are you a robot? What do you mean? Every time I eat eggs, I'm going to hurl. Fried is mostly. Are you using butter or oil? Oh yeah, poached egg on toast, 100%. Yeah, yeah, Nicole or Maggie. No, that's Maggie, not Nicole. Um, hard boiled. Yeah. Look, the main thing I'll say this: if you're gonna cook eggs, use a little bit of butter, right? Salted butter. Boil them, poach them, however you want to do it. But it's not just a protein in the egg. The egg and the yolk is very interesting because it's got B vitamins, B12, B6, it's got magnesium, it's got choline, it's got biotin. I mean, the egg, I see eggs, even though people say it's protein, and it is 100%, I kind of see eggs as a multivitamin. Anytime I've ever taken someone that I train who's taken a cheap multivitamin, like the Nature's Mate and all that stuff, I tell them, hey, I know you think you're doing the right thing, but when you get a cheap multivitamin that's not bounded correctly, so it's not bioavailable. Your body can't absorb a lot of that low grade chemical bullshit. Okay. So if you get eggs and start eating 2 to 3 eggs a day, the bioavailability of those nutrients are like 95% in the body. So I believe eggs, like many things in nature, we have uses. I think eggs are your multivitamin with good sources of protein. So I look at eggs as a multivitamin. I also eat the marrow out of bones. Anybody else do that? Well, that's interesting. But look, man, it's just like you said, I get allergic reaction. You said, it's just, I'm reading your comments. One of your comments was, every time I eat eggs, it makes me hurl. Then you changed your comment from that to, I fry it and it's okay. It's just, there's a lot of inconsistency in what you're saying and a lot of fucking excuses, which makes me realize, like, I'm not trying to be me, but with that amount of inconsistency and excuses, I already know what your problem is. Until you get over the self-imposed limitations that you have over yourself, you're never going to change. And I say that out of love. You have self-imposed limiting beliefs about yourself, which is hindering you, and you have to get through those mentally. www.makesalotosense.com, don't it? Hell, it's everybody has that, man. Limiting self beliefs. Well, you're wrong, Maggie. He did say that. See you there? Well, here's what I'll show you. If I'm wrong, then why does it say right there? It says right there, every time I eat eggs, I feel like I'm going to hurl. I know how important eggs are, but it happens every time. You see it in the chat? That's exactly what he said. And then he said, no, I eat fried eggs and they're fine. What I'm saying is that's inconsistent. You see that picture? You see it? You see it? I just put it in the background. You see it, right? Can you see it? It says it right there on the message. Every time I eat eggs, I feel like I'm going to hurl. So that is what he said. Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, a lot of times people program bots to come in these chats And just for what it is, when I see so much inconsistency like that, I'm always curious because if someone says they have chickens, they can't afford food, they can't go on a budget, they can't do this, yet they have chickens, they have this, and they keep going back and forth, it's typically a sign of a bot, right? Or someone that's just like not being genuine. So that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, I don't really care. I did a screenshot. What I did was I flipped back up, I did a screenshot. So I scrolled up, did a screenshot because I know exactly what he said. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So because other people that are in the chat, I'm not going to call somebody out. Again, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I'm wrong about him being a bot, but the inconsistencies is so consistent that my bullshit meter goes off. I have this bullshit meter that I've always had in my life, and my bullshit meter was going because when people come in and they just say, I'm serious about this, and they keep making excuses. No, I don't really care about the explanation. You said, here's the thing, man. I've given you like 20 different ways to get in shape and how it works. I can't make you do it, dude. You either want to do it or you don't. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm not saying it's bad, but just given the reasons and excuses of why it doesn't work and me always overcoming your objection and giving you reasons why, you already have the tools. You already know all of that. I've done giving you all the information, so just go do it. Or either that or stop complaining. Either do it or stop complaining. Or go do something else. There's lots of things to do in life. It's not what you said earlier. It's not what you said earlier. You're going back. It's not what you said earlier. You said every time I eat eggs, thousands of a time. You said 1,000. One out of that, I get sick. Then you changed it. So again, I really don't care at this point. I'm just saying the inconsistency drives me crazy. Anyways, next chat. If you can't tell, I'm the trainer that if I train someone and they keep giving me excuses, I give them their money back. So I give them some time, but I've always been like that. I'm one of those trainers who I know what I do works. The United States Navy made me an ACFL. And I went when I was in the Navy. And the people who could not get results and were on FEP, I used to help train them. And I've studied with a lot of people, guys. Not trying to sound egotistical because some people think I'm a narcissist and all this. It's just I know how this stuff works, man. I've been doing this a long time. You go to a mechanic who's been working on stuff their whole thing. Okay, cool. So you have eggs. So there you go. There's your budget. 50% eat eggs every day. Look, if you want to have a good physique and age well, start eating eggs every day. If you're not allergic to them, figure out how to cook them so you'll eat them. You know what I'm saying? And do the fasting. Do the fasting, man. If you're not trying to be a bodybuilder, just start fasting. Eat when you're hungry, and when you're not hungry, don't eat. That's when your body goes through autophagy, right? As you can see here, I've been eating a meal for a little bit of time, for like an hour. But there you go. That's what you need to do. Apply it. Apply it. It's going to work. Come back to the chat and watch the difference that you make. No sodas, no sweet juices. The good thing about you being on a budget, right? You have to apply it, man. No one ever got fat living off fruit and eggs with calisthenics. But if you just change what you eat, but you don't physically move your body, it don't work. It don't work like that. Your body has to have a stimulus. It needs to get stimulated to have a change. We'll see. Next chat. All right, so we've been going for about an hour. No, no, no. And then here's the thing too. One thing that'll help you is instead of doing a fat burner, what I tell people is to do coffee. Do coffee as your fat burner. Or do tea. Teas and coffee for your fat burners. Mm-hmm. Teas and coffee for your fat burners. And if you're someone like me, well, I'll tell you this. I will give you one thing if you can find it. If you start adding adaptogenic mushrooms to your coffee, it does make a difference. All right. Oh, I just realized I have my AirPods in. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to put this in here. Pop this here. Okie dokie. Now, what I do is I take shrooms right here. This is called shroom coffee, so I can talk to you guys a little bit here. Okay, my diet is horrible right now because my wisdom teeth, I've been eating yogurt jelly pudding. Yeah, but look, you got your wisdom teeth taken out. I mean, that doesn't mean your diet's horrible. That just means that like you've kind of run into a situation where you have to change what you do for a bit. That's not going to destroy you. If you've actually like been doing well, a diet's not just going to kill you like that. That's not how it works. You just got to change what you eat while you do your wisdom teeth. It's as simple as that. Don't make it more complicated. But anyways, this is a basic, just chock full of nuts coffee. But what I do is I mix it. So I am sensitive to caffeine. So if you're going to make coffee, mix it with like a shroomology. And this has got lion's mane, shava, and a bunch of other adaptogenics in it. I do find that if I drink a lot of coffee, because guys, sometimes I work from 8 or 9 in the morning till like midnight. So sometimes I do 15, 16-hour days, 5, 6, 7 days a week sometimes. So sometimes I'm pumping out, I don't know, 80, 90-hour work weeks between my businesses, the land, and doing the streaming as well. So I can tell you, I have to rely on caffeine without a doubt because I just, it's a lot of energy, right? So, and I still train, but I am blessed and fortunate enough that I built me a little calisthenics gym outside. But even before then, after I stopped lifting weights a lot, because I got more into calisthenics and using my body, if I got a set of rings. So I'll take these rings, go find a tree outside, and do exercises on the rings. Doing exercises outside at a local park or something is a game changer when it comes to your physique, right? Yeah, game changer. Keep coming in here, right? And also go to your if you have a YouTube page, start posting. Go to your YouTube page where it has the button where you can post and start posting you as you grow and then tag me in a post at Mind Music Muscle. And then if you stop making all those freaking excuses and you just do it and you make it happen, I'll be one of your biggest fans. I'll go in there and be like, way to go, dude. Because I know it's not easy. Trust me. If it was easy, everybody'd be doing it. It's not. But it's not as hard and it doesn't take as much time as you think. If you do certain principles like the fasting, the whole foods, the no drinking, the no smoking. I mean, you said you have chickens now. You have one of the greatest sources of nutrition on the planet. Chicken eggs? Holy moly. So you got everything set up to do it. So just go do it. And then the blue crew here in my channel will probably be some of your friends too, because a lot of people in here are going through adversity. Some people are going through poverty. Some people had addiction. Some people had death in the families. Hell, some people I think come to my channel and they got no one positive in their life and they come talk to me. And look, I have my moments, just like you guys know. You know, y'all don't get to see, and I don't get to see you guys. But look, some days I'm in a good mood. Some days I'm in a shitty mood. I do my best to not like be a butthole, but I have my moments. But at the end of the day, you're going to get authenticity and you're going to get someone who is going to actually tell you what they think and engage with you. And sometimes people just need that in their life. You know what I mean? And I'm far from perfect, guys. I know I try to be a role model to all you guys, but if you guys just knew how many times I wake up and I don't want to even get out of bed, and I'm like, oh, okay, I got to go do this, do this. Oh, I got to go do this, do this. And before I know it, once I start getting some momentum and doing things and get some momentum, I always feel better. And sometimes if I don't know what to do, I'll tell you what, a few pull-ups will put you in that. I'm not Superman. No, I am not Superman. I am not. Even though I try to look like Superman, I try to look like him, I'm not, man. I am a veteran. I am someone who's empathetic. But at the end of the day, I'm just human. You know, I try to look like Superman. I try to do like push-ups and pull-ups and sprints. I'm not trying to look like a bodybuilder. I don't like that look. I think it's kind of silly. Well, I don't think it's silly, but guys, I'm telling you, I do not think bodybuilding is healthy. Stay at a healthy weight and be able to move your body. I think that's the long-term play. All right. All right, let's do this. Ooh. See, this is what I do all day. So I'm always cleaning and fidgeting and moving. So that's how I mop my floor. I have dish soap mixed with Clorox here. Dish soap mixed with Clorox, and that's what I use to clean my floor. So I just get down and do that. Canada. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. I don't know your national anthem, but it's Oh, Canada. Canada, are y'all going to become float? Maggie. Yeah. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. For some reason, that's what I always think. And Jordan Peterson. And that's what I think about when I think of Canada. Do y'all like Jordan Peterson? Do y'all claim him? Before the Daily Wire took him over and brainwashed him? Anyways. We are, welcome in, Canada. Float. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. See, I'm pretty disgusting. I just took the rag, I wiped the floor, put some like soap on it, and I wiped my face. So when you guys ask me what my beautiful skincare routine is, so some people want to know what my skincare routine is. It pretty much involves dirty rags and wiping myself down, and that's about it. And I really don't use a lot of soap. Yeah. Like, I don't use a lot of shampoo. I don't use a lot of soap. I don't even wear deodorant half the time. I'm kind of like, if I'm going out and I want to look presentable, I can look nice and stuff. But what I typically do is I take like eucalyptus oil or tea tree oil, and I usually use that to cleanse myself. I think one of the reasons that my skin, people have asked that. One of the reasons my skin stays decent is because I don't eat a lot of processed sugar. Maybe for some reason, the other day someone asked me my skincare routine. Am I getting a whisker? By the way, guys, should I keep the beard or get rid of it? If I ever get rid of it, I'm going to have a giant mustache. Yeah, I'm pretty disgusting. Yeah. Yeah, dirty rag skincare. And I'm pretty sure that rag had a combination of dirt, tar, bacon grease, egg, butter, and some tallow. So if maybe those healthy fats. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thanks, Nicole. Appreciate that. Well, I'm not exactly super smart in a lot of ways. So maybe me being somewhat handsome and gorgeous is a way to counteract that. I don't know. No, but it is flattering when people say things like that. Everybody likes to be complimented. Who don't like to get a compliment saying, "You're looking good"? I'm like, ooh, how good, ooh. You know what I mean? You said your beard. So was this intentional? Are you trying to become a wizard, my friend, Saint Jason? Are you attempting to become a grand wizard and that's why you're turning your beard gray? Or was that not the intent and that's just life and father time in their due course? I don't know if my beard will ever turn gray. I don't know, we'll see. My beard is like, I don't know, sometimes I feel like the texture of my beard is very coarse. It's not very soft. I don't want to be like blatantly explicit, but it kind of reminds me of like the hair on a scrotum. Forgive me. I feel like the hair on my chin is like the hair on a scrotum. That's all I'll say about that. But, if it looks good, let's go. Hopefully that made you laugh. Trying to lighten the mood. I kind of went on a rampage earlier being kind of mean to that. I wasn't trying to be mean to him, but he's kind of giving me too many excuses. But I hope that game changer, I hope that he does figure out the way, and I hope he does make it happen. You know what I mean? Guys, I try to keep this, old Chris here has an old dirty mind. Thank you. Sometimes I wonder if the people that come in here are real or bots. That's something I always wonder. Anyways. Yeah, Tom, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I know that my beard is more for a spiritual quest. I do my beard more for a spiritual quest. I am doing my best to grow my beard to reach enlightenment. So supposedly, if you have a beard and longer hair, supposedly your hair, because you can feel it, you can feel your hair. Supposedly, that is, some cultures think that's an extension of the nervous system. And then you can receive frequencies and you can feel the environment more when you have a beard and hair. So, a lot of the spiritual leaders of the past have shaved their body, right? But a lot of them have actually had long hair and beards. And there's a lot of wisdom. Like even the Native Americans used to grow their hair out. It's almost like the Avatar when they take their hair and they plug it into nature. Sometimes I think our hair might actually be an extension of our nervous system, and it helps us interact with the environment for what it's worth.
Oh, you're welcome, Game Changer. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to tell you, man, I wanted to tell you the things that I wish somebody would have told me years ago when I started training and I had a lot of excuses. I just wanted to be that person in your life that was there for me, who used to tear me up every day and just, not like bad, but just really pushed me to kind of prove people I could do something. And sometimes you need that person in your life. Nothing but love, man. Cat's whiskers, I see that. Training. Cap to take. Well, this is my music and muscle. I post videos of random stuff. I talk philosophy. Sometimes I get on religious rants. Sometimes I talk about music theory. Sometimes I attempt to play piano. I do mindset training. But yeah, some of my credentials are I'm a certified trainer. I was in the Navy for 10 years. I sell insurance and stuff. So any of those are subjects to talk about. So if any of that tickles your whiskles or gives you a brain wrinkle or is something you want to discuss, we were talking about nutrition and things that I did to help lose about 100 pounds over a year or so. And just things that like are genuinely interesting concepts. And then if we get on a subject, I can rant on about any of those because I've kind of studied each of those subjects. Okay, I can see that. Captain, training, I wish I had met you years ago. Who knows, man? Maybe in another life we did meet. Sometimes I think every person that we meet is a reincarnation of someone from a past life. But it is what it is. Remember, those who stay in the past suffer from depression. Those who stay in the future suffer from anxiety. Depression is thinking about the things that we wish we could have changed that we can't. Nothing wrong to reflect, but that's the past. The future, preparing for things and being on top of it, that's great. But if you stay in the future too much, you're going to stay anxious. So what do? All we can do is stay in the present, baby. That's all you can do. Stay in the present. If you stay in the present and you focus on the time at hand, seize the day, carpe diem. A lot of wise men said that. You know what I'm saying? Props for losing the weight. Thank you. Yeah, man, I did it, and I did it a few different ways. To tell you the truth, man, I've been getting into calisthenics as I get older. Jay Bays, thanks for the present. I wish I could open it and find an extravagant gift, but instead I'll just pretend to open it. Oh, cool, look, it's a cup of coffee. Thanks, dude. Oh, stay in the present. Man, I feel like I'm half retarded sometime. Man, that was really good. Stay in the present. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Stay in the present, baby. This guy's probably like, who's this retarded person, dude? Probably like, who's this retarded person who didn't get my present, man? Look, when I was in school, they thought I was retarded. Because they would be teaching something in school, and I'd be staring out the window like this. Like, I don't care what you guys are saying. I'm just going to look out here at a tree. So, anyways. Supposedly I'm on the spectrum is what they say. I don't know, but the only spectrum I'm on is the spectrum of latissimus dorsi. You see that lat? You see I'm an upside down triangle? Anyways. Next question. You got some good laughs today? You got some good laughs. You got some good laughs. Woo, 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 woo. Got some good laughs. Glad you got some laughs. All right. Glad you got some laughs. Me too. I have Asperger's. One of my best friends who we're no longer friends. I have pox. Like chicken pox? Spectorals. Oh boy. Let's see the message. Keep in mind, if it's inappropriate, you're going to be banned. Peaches and burgers. Okay. I don't know if that's a dirty comment. If that's a dirty comment, it got reviewed. It's above my head. I guess I'm too naive. But that's fine. Anyways. Spectorals. Latissimus dorsi. I don't know why, but you're cracking me up right now. That's funny. Yeah, so my friend who was a nuclear engineer in the Navy, we used to work long hours. We'd work, 9 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock the next morning, like 5-6 days a week. And we basically suffered in hell together. And what I mean by that is we had to do a very tough, vigorous job that was just nonstop. And the monotony of it was just killer. We were undermanned. And me and him became best friends because somehow we got it done every day. You know what I mean? And he always said he was a nuclear engineer. And he was really smart. And long story short, he blows glass in Tennessee now. But he always self-diagnosed me with Asperger's and said, have you ever been tested for this? Because I think you have this. And long story short, me and him had conversations about nuclear engineering. For 3 years, almost every night, we tried to figure out whether God existed or not while we were pumping out work. And we both had our own interpretation. And he was one of the people, because I studied philosophy in university as one of my courses. And I'm always fascinating with religion, tribalism. I like Friedrich Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil. I'm always fascinated with the human condition to believe in something larger than ourselves and to try to articulate it through some form of religion. And that's something that's always been interesting to me because I myself, don't get mad at me, chat, but you guys know I'm not very religious. You'll see Bible verses in the house and stuff like that. Look, I'm not saying it doesn't make me feel good. I'm not saying I'm against the church in anything. But the thing is, when I traveled in the Navy, one of the things that never made sense to me was how come if these people know God is right, and these people know God is right, and these people know where God is, they can't all be right. And, I've never really found an answer to that. So, never really found an answer to that. So, oh, I missed the message. Maggie, oh Maggie, fee fi fo faggy, looking at a daggy, looking at a traggy, dookie gaka booka papa. Let us go to the lair. Let us go to the lair. Guys, I've been streaming for 2 hours. I got some coffee. Who needs sleep? I don't need sleep. Who needs sleep? I don't need sleep. Do you need sleep? I don't need sleep. It's not good for you. I think sleep is not very good for you. You're not cool unless you pee in your pants. Billy Madison. You're not cool unless you pee in your pants. Oh, no. Here we go. There we go, guys. So now we're going to be back out here. And we're back. Well, the path to get monetized. The path to get monetized involves a lot of streaming. You're not cool as you pee in your pants, body boy. H2O, Gatorade. Oh, water sucks. It really, really sucks. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. Gatorade. You have been drinking the wrong H2O. Gatorade. Shout out to one of my favorite movies. There we go. Doot 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 doot. Hello, guys. Because that's the Blue Crew. The Blue Crew, I don't really care what moderators are or anything. The people who are blue are just people I've vetted. The higher power. Oh, absolutely. I believe in a higher power. I do. That's what I believe in. I can't prove it's real, can't prove it's not, but I do believe in a higher power of something. I just don't pretend to know what it is. I don't think we're ever going to know. And I think anyone that says they know for sure this is the answer, I can't wrap my head around that. To each their own. I don't want to change anybody, but to say, I know this is the answer. And then those people say, no, I know this is the answer. And then these people say, no, I know this is the answer. They cannot all be right. Elder Ring, come into the chat a few more times and show me why, right? Oh my God, it is you. Hey, bro. How's it going, dude? Backyard Fun Country Boy. Barbie Backyard Fun Country Boy. That's a cool name. Jay Bliss, same, not God in the literal sense, all these religions, but definitely. Yeah, see, to me it makes sense there's a higher power. And when you really look down to it, I think you find that higher power in like nature. I like to play piano and try to make music sometimes. When I'm making music, when I'm doing things like that, or I'm outside in nature and I'm just not on my phone, which I've been on my phone so much streaming these last couple months, it has been ridiculous. I actually have just been spending way too much time, but my channel's growing and I'm on the path to get monetized, so it's kind of like I'm probably within 600 hours of being monetized, which was a goal. So I'm trying to rock it out. But, you know, next week I've got like a full schedule when it comes to like my clients. My pipeline, been setting some new appointments, and my pipeline's growing pretty fast because I'm a licensed insurance agent in the state of Georgia. So most likely, I'm probably going to start doing more streams in the nighter time, right before bed. But that's typically when I like to play music, so I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Stay on topic. You got this, G. You got a fence behind you. Any animals? Yeah, so we got some chickens. We got some chickens and stuff over there. And a greenhouse and some raised beds and stuff. As you can see, so much work to get done, and instead of doing it, I'm sitting here on stream with you guys. Stay on topic. It shows in ways where, okay, well, this is going to be fun. Just if you're in the chat, give me a thumbs up. I'm going to try to get Nicole just flipping through live, see what's going on. Backyard Country Boy, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Backyard Country. I don't think I've seen you in my channel before, but hope you're rocking and rolling. Hope the world's treating you good. Get some good vibes. Did you know Qatar don't like the Flintstones, but Abu Dhabi do? No. Hi. We out here, Chris. We out here. Yeah. He's a cool dude I know from another channel. Oh, that's what's up. We got a cool name for sure. Well, I appreciate him stopping by, man. I do appreciate that. Just keep in mind, man, anything that we talk about on here, I just always like to say, fitness, health, nutrition, music therapy, philosophy, religion, all sorts of stuff. Sometimes we get on deep stuff. Sometimes I go on rants. Sometimes I go crazy and have different characters. But at the end of the day, I do try to keep everything somewhat polite and somewhat respectful. So if you can just abide by that, I'd appreciate it. That's all I have to say about that. Hey, we out here, Chris. All right, what we got? Oh, sweet, this is a cool place to be, man. You should come here more. Oh, appreciate that. thumbs up. I love it all. Yeah, the person who was asking me to make them a moderator, look, I didn't really read the YouTube guidelines on moderators. Listen, if someone's in blue, I call them the blue crew. The blue crew are the people who I have vetted or we've had conversations with. Some of them are in private, some of them are in public, but they're people that I trust that are going to contribute to the channel. And if someone says something that's personal or they're trying to express themselves, and the blue crew is typically the people that you can not expect something nasty from. That doesn't mean you're going to agree with everything, but that's the blue crew. So I love your rants. Well, sometimes my rants get me in trouble, man. Sometimes my rants get me in trouble. But I appreciate that. I love your rants, man. My rants, man. Sometimes I go off and talk about stuff, and I got neighbors out here sometimes, and they're just like, what the hell are you talking about? You don't believe what I do. Sometimes they talk like that. You don't believe what I think. Man, that ain't cool, motherfucker. That's my interpretation of some of my neighbors. Help me, doctor. You said, well, do a food journal, man. Help me, doctor. What you need to do, man, is just write a food journal and see what foods make you feel good and what foods don't. Typically, if anything is of an autoimmune disease, like anything that's autoimmune or cancerous typically has to do with the mTOR pathway, and fermented sugar makes that worse. So I always tell people, try to switch to higher fats and proteins. Don't drink, don't smoke, eliminate alcohol, eliminate nicotine, and try to do more water, fast from time to time, and don't eat processed sugar. And that typically allows the body to heal. And do something physical every day, like, Right. So that's what I would say. Oh, we're kind of near Macon-ish, outside the country around the Macon area. So if you think about Macon, there's some areas around there that have country. So we're off of that. I'm only about probably 30 minutes from Macon or so. But we're out here in the middle of the country, which is kind of nice. Close enough to the city if I need to go grab some supplies. Far enough away that be able to be somewhat self-sustained. Pull this back here. Well, we had ice and snow. We had some ice and snow, and there's a cold front coming in. But yeah, the last couple days we had snow for sure. Let's see if I can find a picture. I'm gonna go to my green screen real quick. I had a picture of some snow. Let me find this picture real quick. I'll show you what it looked like a couple days ago. Here's what it looked like the other day. Yeah. So a few days ago, that's what it looked like. So yeah, the cold front was down here in Georgia, and we had snow for sure. So that was a few days ago, but then it heated up. And we have a cold front coming in soon. So yeah, there's some snow. Are you sure you're a coach? Pretty sure. Do you know how to spell your? It's Y-O-U-R-E. You are a coach. Yeah. Yeah. Joey, what's up? Joey. Welcome in, Joey. Hope you're doing well. Well, I'll tell you what I want to do now, and I'll show you guys, this is where I do my business. So I have this little spot here. So, yeah, we got a little land and stuff over here, but the main thing is this is where I'm going to do most of my work in the office. So what's going to happen is I'm going to come in here, and my modem is going to have to switch to my other Wi-Fi. So what I'm probably going to have to do is switch that over real quick. So just give me 1 second. We're back. Yeah. So I've been doing some projects over here. So we can put this here. Wha-bam. Wha-bam. I actually wonder what it would look like if I put it like this. Right through here. And I do have some better lights over here too. Wha-bam. Pop this on. Wha-bam. Pop this on over here. Do 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 do. Pop this on. Wha-bam. Wha-bam. Hello, 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 and we are back. And we are back. Let me get my other phone so I can see the chats. I can see the chats. See the chats. See the chats. Be the chats. See the chats. Where, oh where? Do 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 do. I have my headphones and I put them down somewhere. What you guys got? My first time. What I need to do is go in here so I can see the chat because I use one phone because the camera is better. I'm gonna come in here, then I can read your chats on this phone. So give me 1 second. Pull that out, go back. View channel. Oh wow, we got more subscribers. That's crazy. Well, that is insane, the amount of subscribers that I've gotten recently. That's pretty cool. We're at 4,081. Wow, if I keep going, the metrics are gonna be kind of cool. That's pretty sweet, man. Okay, cool. So now I can see your guys' chat. I put my headphones down. I can read your chats now. Let's see. Getting monetized soon. I mean, all the metrics show firsthand. I should be able to get monetized. Well, the monetization. Also, this is another form of my stuff. So this is a table. These are my projects I'm working on. I have a guitar over here. No, I'm on the track to get monetized. It's just a matter of, for me getting monetized is just a matter of me continuing to stream. So for me, if I continue to stream, I believe I'm going to get monetized. I'm within 600-700 hours to get it, which is kind of cool. And yeah. And then over here, this is like my main office. So this is where I run my business. So I run my business over there. And then, yeah. Kind of got my keyboard and piano and stuff. I kind of like to play music. And so I think some of you guys who are in my chat, but I got a new light over here. I want to test something. I want to see if this light works good. So if I take this light and put it like this, does that affect the chat? You guys are probably like, you should stay in here and chat. Let's see. Does that change the way it looks? That doesn't look too bad. Brightness, reading, cool. Boink, boink, boink. Let's see. Jabbies, where you from? I'll take you out to my backyard. Ain't nothing like a backyard date, man. Ain't nothing wrong with a backyard date now. Ain't nothing wrong with a backyard date. Nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, this is where I do a lot of my business. I got a little standing desk over here. We'll put this over here. Pop this over here. I can see you guys in the chat now. All right, I had my keyboard plugged in. I'll unplug that for a second. Over here. Well, bam. Jay, you sound like a chick. Maybe Jay is a chick. Who knows? Back over through here. Got some music on. Uh-oh. What's up, guys? So I'm from Georgia. I'm in Georgia. Oh, look at the market today. Anybody check the market today? Y'all want a market analysis real quick? Let me show you. Guys, you want to learn something? So in case you're curious, one of the things that I like to do. So I am a licensed insurance agent. I run like a little business out of here. But anyways, this is the market today. So I want to teach you guys something. Do you guys want to learn a tool? I'm not trying to sell you anything, except for the fact that you should. I'm trying to sell you on the idea you should come back to my stream. But first off, let me get my beautiful Charlie Kirk Freedom mug. You can get yours right now. Buy one for $9.99, two for $6.77. Just kidding, not trying to say anything. But you guys want a free tool? For real, down for my show. Nicole, don't leave me. I'm just a baby. Oh my God. Joey. Oh, you're in Buford? Joey. You're near Buford? Are you one of the Joeys I met at one of the gyms? One of the gyms? Do you guys want to see a free tool that I use to look at the stock market? Anybody curious? If not, we can talk about something else. But anybody curious about that? Well, Nicole, I got a fan from Nicole saying she does. Okay. Alrighty. Let me pull this up a little bit. I'm just going to readjust this real quick. Pop this back up. Oh, bam. Okay, that's cool. Then let me take one of my lights. I'm going to bring one of my lights over here. Cool. Well, seeing as I'm in insurance in the financial sector, I bet you can probably conclude that I too am a fan of stocks. So cool. Okay. Let me plug this up over here. Let me plug this up right here, right here. Ah! Forgive me, I almost just destroyed my light. There we go. Cool. See how that light makes a difference? So you see this website here? That's called a heat map. Anybody know what a heat map is? Also, I made this. Remember, guys, it's very good words to live by. Nobody cares. Work harder. Okay, well, ask questions. Use this. All right, guys, I lost signal. My bad. Lost signal very briefly. Welcome to Living in the Country. Signals coming up. Roast Malone, everybody. Roast Malone, everybody. Roast Malone. Okay, so what I dropped down there, if you guys want to learn anything about investing as far as the market, this is Finviz. This is a heat map. Now, this is just to understand how the market works, but essentially, if you wanted to create long-term wealth, all you need to do is understand the markets come in cycles. You have 6-month cycles, 3-year cycles, 4-month cycles. And if you're taking notes, you have the S&P 500, you have the Dow Jones, and you have the NASDAQ, okay? At the end of the day, every time the market takes big dips, if you put some money in the market when it dips, more than likely you're gonna make money in the long run. Now you take that idea, and then you can do that to companies too. And that's basically the synopsis of investing. Makes sense? Pretty simple, right? It's really not more complicated than that, man. It's really not. What gets people on investing and what gets people to, like, I don't want to say get in trouble, but what typically confuses people or gets people in trouble is that they don't understand a basic concept. They don't understand a basic concept of things go up and things go down. And at the end of the day, when you get something and it's low, but it still has value, there's a better chance of making money than when something's really high and overvalued. For example, you could open up a brokerage account and pick 5 companies. You could do Apple, Google, Meta, Eli Lilly, Visa. And chances are, whenever they go down a couple of percent, you can put some money in. Now, a lot of people will talk about dollar cost averaging, which is where you put a little bit in every week or every time you get paid, and over time that adds up. Dollar cost averaging is great, but if the market's in a spot where it's dipping, I think it's better to keep your cash in reserve, and then when things get really low, put a little bit in. When it gets lower, put a little bit in. And you can, there's some strategies to it, but I think it's a lot more effective way so you can make more money in the long run, taking advantage of market dips and trends. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Let's go in here. Ask me anything. Religion, stocks, workout, food, mindset, business, etc. No judgment. Answer in chat. No. Too scared. Okay. Tiger! Nah, Tiger. Well, Tiger, let's talk about that. Would you like some words of encouragement that can make you feel better about that? And let me ask you, what field are you in? Because I'm curious. You don't have to tell me what you do or anything, but maybe like a age category group, you know? Like, are you in your 20s? Are you a teenager? Are you older? And kind of like, just so I can figure out the best way to answer that question. Because I actually got something for you I think you're going to like, because I'm not scared of that. I actually don't think that's what's going to happen. Okay, Tiger, 30s online business. Cool. That's what's up. So I agree with you, Tiger, that things are shifting 100%. You'd have to be pretty ignorant to not realize that things are shifting and things are changing. So 100%. But AI, if you look at NVIDIA, do you ever go to the meetings with NVIDIA? Like, do you own any stocks? Do you own NVIDIA? Do you own Facebook? Do you own, not Facebook, but Meta? Do you own TSM? Do you own Tesla? Do you actually go to the meetings and hear the people who are the world's experts? Do you actually hear them talk? Because if not, I think you should go to some of those meetings. You get access to go to those meetings if you own a share. Just own a share of those stocks, and then you'll get access to go to those meetings, and you can hear what the CEO of NVIDIA and what they say. Okay. AI, we're in a gold rush right now. AI is going to change the world, 100%. But it's not going to change it in a way that most people think. What's going to do is it's going to make processes more efficient. They're going to make processes more efficient, and the efficiency, let me pull this up here. The efficiency that it's going to bring is going to open up job opportunities for other people. That is what's going to happen. So what it's doing is open up job opportunities for new work. It's not going to take over. It's open up new jobs. The other jobs are going to be replaced, but they're going to be replaced with more efficiency. Now, the key is some people are not going to be able to evolve and other people are. So you have to ask yourself, what are you doing with your skill set to separate yourself from those other people? So it's as simple as that. What are you doing to separate your skill set from the other people? And if you're willing to put into work and then learn how to use AI to help organize, then you'll be fine. Because AI right now can make some pretty cool stuff, but it cannot. Are we having technical difficulties? Well, I'm just putting my light up. Well, if you can see here, I've got a little bit going on over here. I've got some lights and some stuff, and I'm doing some stuff, but that's all right, good. If you're not going to be willing to have someone who's coming on here for free and sharing with you to take it, it's I can't really help you. No. So hey, Tiger, no, Tiger. That's a great question. If you're a realist, then you automatically are looking at the right things. No. The people with the higher companies, okay, like the CEO of NVIDIA, the creators of OpenAI, what the computer cannot do right now is when AI searches the database for the internet, all it's doing is plagiarizing. It's taking bits and pieces of information of everything and it's slicing it together. Even if you try to code a website, if you use HTML or JavaScript where you have to do like less sign, button, greater sign equals, like when you program or code, if you learn the computer language, and you can do it through apps like Mimeo for like $15 a month, right? If you learn how coding and how the internet works, what AI cannot do is it can't create new material. It's taking the material that's already in existence and reorganizing it with synonymous and antagonistic terms. Creating new concepts from nothing, it hasn't had the ability to do, and I don't think it's going to be able to do that. What it can do is it can take algorithms and it can take probabilities and it can tell you mathematically what the math says, but it doesn't know the why. It just knows what's there. So AI doesn't have the capacity to know why. Even when you use AI to program websites, you still need front end and back end developers to go in and correct the mistakes. What it does is it makes taking a bunch of information, taking it all and pulling it away from all the crap, but it's only pulling from a database that has information that's stored in it. So the question is, who controls the databases? The data that we're pulling from, that information, that's where the scary part is. For example, if you ask the database something about President Trump or President Biden, go talk to ChatGPT and watch how it interacts differently. So the fear to me is not AI. The fear is the people programming it to control what we see. And that's where you have to have independent thinking. So if someone just uses AI just to think for them, then it's super dangerous. But if you're an independent thinker and you can rationalize and you can use it as a filter to prompt it correctly, because you can change what AI shows you based on how you prompt it. You have to create a framework. And if you create proper frameworks, it's actually pretty interesting what it says. But it's pulling from all the literature and all the information from a system. It's not conceiving anything new. That's not what it does. Therefore, it's not going to eliminate human beings because we still have intrinsic value. Does that make sense? So, but it is definitely an interesting time to be alive, and you just need to make sure, like what I tell people is get some stuff like this, right? And this is where I'm having to learn myself. Get you like a Raspberry Pi set, right? Get you some circuitry boards. Find one of these, like start learning how computers and Raspberry Pis work. And when you start learning the language of computers, what you're going to realize is you're going to feel a lot better, because you're going to realize how far away that is. People like Elon Musk and all these other tech billionaires, they're very intelligent. Yes, they're very smart, but they're also financially incentivized. So being financially incentivized, they're financially incentivized to convince you of these things. Don't you think that Elon Musk is trying to make as much money as possible by convincing you of this? I mean, he's an eccentric billionaire, but to me, it's pretty obvious. There you go. You used to build computers with your father. All right. Learn the language of computers, man. Okay, well, you can call me a dummy. That's fine. I've been called worse by better. I've had people better than you call me worse names. That's fine. Could you do me a favor then? Could you tell me which part of, since I'm a dummy, which part's not true? Just so in case I am wrong, you could educate me and then we could learn together. I'm not above correction, but instead of calling someone a dummy, why don't you address a point? Okay, when you say money don't mean you have brain, I don't believe I said money means you have a brain. I don't believe I said that. So I would agree with you on that statement. So what are we talking about then? Can you tell me something specific that I actually said instead of like putting words in my mouth? Because I don't remember saying that. And there's people in here in the chat. Does anybody else in the chat? Did anybody else in the chat say that? Anybody else in the chat hear me say money means you have a brain? I didn't say that. So if you call me a dummy and then you tell me because of this, but that's not what I said, then your statement is a lie, or you're misspoken, or maybe you misunderstood me. So could you give me something more detailed that I actually said instead of just insulting me? Is that fair? Do. Drop this over here. Also, guys, right over here, this is some cool stuff over here. That's where I typically do a lot of my talks over there. I got some projects I'm working on over here. As you can see, this is a spot where I can relax, work on projects, all sorts of stuff. What is this? You insulted yourself by hanging out with Elon Musk. So it's still, again, you have not addressed any point. You said I was a dummy. I answered a question to chat. Can you be specific? I never said I hung out with Elon Musk. I didn't say the two things you said are lies, so you've got one more chance. And again, I'm open to have a conversation, but if you're just going to come in here and lie about things and not give any valid reasons, what you're doing is you have an emotional bias towards something that is important to you. But if you can't give a reason why, and you're just going to insult someone, then you're not very rational. And if that's who you are, then I really don't want you in my chat. But I'm giving you the opportunity to remedy that. You can ask people in here. I'm a pretty open person on dialect and talking. You know, you can ask the, I don't know, 20 or 30 blue crew that are in here. So all I'm asking is to give an example of something instead of just insulting me and then misquoting me and then saying things I didn't say. You know, when that's the case of your argument, you really don't have any ammunition. You know what I'm saying? So I'm here to try to learn. Well, I tell you this, Herbs and Family says you can never take anyone seriously. Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Well, you can disagree with Elon Musk and you can disagree all you want, but the fact that you have so much hate, nothing that you've said that I said makes sense, shows you have some biased agenda or some preference. I don't think you're able to think rationally. I think you're cognitively biased. And the fact that someone like Elon Musk, who is intelligent, and let me tell you what I mean by intelligent, I'm not saying anything morally or ethically because I don't know the man, but he helped to get free speech from Twitter, turned it into X. He helped put lots of people who are wasting funds in the United States government, right? He's trying to build rockets. He has more satellites in the space. So if you don't think he's intelligent to be able to do all those things, then I think you're kind of mistaken there. Like, tell me what you've done in your life to justify your claim. Can you tell me something that you've done? Then again, if you told me, I don't know if I'd believe you because the last 3 things you said that I said were a lie. So, yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah, Nicole, this is a cool spot. So when people do come and hang out with me, so what I do is I have projects like this. Like if somebody wants to learn, I've got books. If somebody wants to come take a nap, you know, I would say these things right here. got my 1776. I was in the Navy for a while, so my perspective comes from traveling around the country and being out of the country, temperature controlled. And yeah, I've just got some projects over here. So if anybody comes in here, I'm just like, here, go play with something. It's kind of like I attempt to create an environment that when people want to come chill with me, there's just some fun stuff to do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, for sure. Well, welcome in, Herbs. You said steroid rage? Brother, are you implying that I use steroids? Brother, I'm 6'4", 218 pounds. I've been doing push-ups and pull-ups and playing sports for like 15 years, man. If you don't think my physique is able to get like naturally, you're consistently proving my point. If you just keep talking, you're gonna consistently prove my point. The best way you and I can talk is to go back and forth in a conversation and then let the people and the peers decide who seems more angry, who seems more hating. Because right now, man, I got you in checkmate. Man, not only that, most of the times, people with these agendas don't have an ability to independently think when they have facts. And I'll be the first to say, I don't agree with everything that Trump does. Right, that's cool. But I'm definitely more conservative than liberal, 100% on that. Because, the thing I don't understand is the liberal party on the far left, especially with ICE, a lot of people are protecting child predators in our own country. So I'd be curious to say, do you support the ICE movement? Do you support people that have come into our country illegally, taking taxes out, making the entire ecosystem fail because there's only so much money in? Like, if you're aligned with the people who are child predators, they're destroying, they're killing the United States. I know people who are ICE agents myself, right, in the South and in California where I used to live. They get booed and thrown bricks at for trying to take child predators and arrest them. So if you're a far left liberal, you are aligning with all of these people who are doing these terrible things. And to me, that's a bit extreme. So, you're welcome to stay into the chat, but I do, in self-reflection, wish you the best. I hope that you can rationally come to some conclusions and take a deep look and really consider the side that you're on. Always be independent, always think, always look at the details, always know it's never black versus white. It's never men versus women. It's always the people in power and the people who have no power. And what the larger systems do is they try to keep you and me and everybody else separated, and they try to create division, and then we fight amongst ourselves. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves, then the global elites know that we will never come together and revolt against them. That's the basic Communist Manifesto playbook, just for what it's worth. Thank you, Nicole. Thanks, friend. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's give a shout out to, uh-oh. I just want to give you guys do know I play different characters, guys. I'm trying to get monetized. So you'll see me play the hick, you'll see me play this, you'll see me play that. It's just what I do. But the real Blue Crew Listen. You guys know where I stand. I don't even go to church. I'm not even what you would call a Christian, right? Not in the sense of I believe like a lot of do. I believe there's a power, but I can believe in God without all the hocus pocus. I think Jesus was a real person, all of that, but even all of that, Charlie Kirk inspired me. Okay. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that he said on the religious side, but that dude could speak. He had integrity and he had authenticity. And for a radical group to destroy a husband, a business owner, and someone who tried to empower people, that was not cool. And I'm not even someone that goes to church. My moral and ethical compass does not come from any book. It comes from looking around and seeing people who are trying to make the world a better place. So hopefully you guys understand where I stand. Anyways, that being said, yep, anybody who knows my streams will understand this is why I need a tech guru in my life. I do my best, man. Just like I tell you guys, I'm far from perfect. But I'll tell you what, if you continue to do your best and you show up for yourself each day, you'll be amazed at what you can accomplish. What Charlie Kirk represented was a fighting spirit. Now look, I'm not going to agree with Charlie in the sense that I think like Jesus was the Son of God and all this stuff and stuff. But look, I'm not saying Jesus wasn't the Son of God. I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm just saying reading the Bible and stuff, I don't really care. What I care about is that Charlie would speak to people and get them to believe in something larger than themselves. And typically the people that he aligned with, I aligned with too. I think pornography is bad. I think it destroys relationships. I think if we were to do what Jesus said as far as treating people better, I think the world would be a better place. So I couldn't help but like Charlie, even though we have completely different religious beliefs. If you have a moral and ethical compass and you didn't like him, it was like, God, man, then that makes me question what else that the other people believe in. And I can't support. Now, far right-wing conservatives can be just as bad as far left-wing, but I can't align myself with people who want to protect child predators. Like, you know, there's 350,000 kidnappings in the southwestern part of the United States, and 12 and 13 and 15-year-old girls who are captured by the cartels and put into sex trafficking. I wish I could take those people and rip their eyeballs out and just beat the hell out of them, because there is no excuse for that. And, you know, I had a 15-year-old mother, and my mother's been raped. So I can promise you if I was there, that wouldn't happen or I would die. And they took away DNA testing at the border. If a 15-year-old girl at the border shows up, they don't get to do DNA testing. The DNA testing shows a lot. And the Biden administration and Kamala Harris took that away. I can't support a political party that does that. I may not agree with everything else that the Trump administration does, but I can't align with that 100%. I can't align with that. That's just disgusting, man. All right. Next. Yo, Never Loser Rick. Welcome back, Never. Welcome back. And yeah, Maggie. Oh yeah, anybody, if you're in a debate and you want to talk, you know, I love music, But as much as I love my music and my piano, I think you guys have said it in the chat that my ability to speak and use words is very convincing. That's why I do sales. If I believe in something, I've typically done well in sales, and that's why I have an insurance license. Guys, when I sell insurance, you know who I sell insurance to? The blue collar worker who doesn't make enough money to afford the fancy insurances. I have access to 40,000 unions. When you work, have any of you guys ever been part of a union that you work for the company? You ever guys been part of a union? In the chat, put a 1 for a yes if you can. And I'm looking at the chats over here. Cool. So when I sell policies, I find every day men and women who are blue collar workers who are struggling, but they still want to alleviate the worst fear that they have, which is leaving their family and dying or something happening to them and not getting coverage. I sell policies to them at rates that they can afford. I make money making sure people get protected from their worst case scenario. So I talk to people all day, and I can tell you, I know exactly how people feel in the world right now, because a lot of people are in pain, man, and it's sad. But I sell policies to those people, you know. You're from Alabama. Welcome in. Welcome in. Just on a side note, getting things a little bit less, getting things a little bit less serious. Do any of you guys watch UFC? Because you guys know I don't watch a lot of TV, but there is a fight coming up between Paddy Pimblett and Justin Gaethje. Any of you guys gonna watch that fight? That's gonna be a good fight. That's gonna be the best fight I've seen in a while. All right, now I feel like playing some piano. There we go. Next one. Let's see. Next. Stay warm, Nicole, and the black emoji is this. Cool, cool, cool. Alrighty, alrighty. I think it looks better when we do this. All right, guys. All right, ask me anything, guys. We're about to do a little bit more chat. Hi. Put this over here behind. Should be able to plug this in right here, maybe. This one will be plugged in over here. Ow. Yo! Can you guys hear me okay? Just grabbing my coffee, guys. I actually want to make some more coffee. Huh. Here we go. Let's see here. We'll put that right there. Let me pull my futon up here, and then I'll have a little bit more space, and I think this is gonna look better if I do that. Let's pull this up. Cool. Pop that there. 1 second, guys. This futon I got was a really good deal, and I've been pretty happy with it because it allows me to have like a spot that, let's say I'm working and I need a nap or something, I can take a nap out here and then basically keep the stream going. Okay. Right through here. Pull this back, pull this back. Right through here. Back through here. And that gives me a little bit more space on the camera. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Okie dokie. Very good. Very good. Very, very, very good. Very good. Okay. Let's kind of see how we look right here. What I'm going to do is maybe pull this down right here. Maybe pull it right like that. Is that a pretty good view? We'll see here. All right. Not a bad view, right? Not too bad. All right. Hi. Boo. Hey, did anybody see the herb guy? He said I was an idiot, and he said I didn't make sense, and I started talking facts, and then like he didn't have anything to say. So it's kind of like, okay. Alrighty, what we got here? We got the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's kind of important, right? That's kind of important. Let's see here. Anybody know the Declaration of Independence? When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them from another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and the equal station to which the laws of nature and in nature's God entitled them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. Boy, that's a pretty strong statement right there. I got your chats right here, guys. I got your chats right here. What we got here? I always missed a good sum. Someone calling you an idiot is laughable, though. Well, you know, I'm not saying I'm super intelligent by any means, but I'd say this. I ain't no fucking idiot. There's lots of things I don't understand, but what I do understand is how to think independently. And I need to stop cussing. I'm better than that. I need to stop cussing. I find that when I cuss, sometimes I tell people not to cuss and be on my stream and stuff, and then sometimes I feel a little hypocritical because sometimes I'll find myself letting out an old dirty wordy sometimes. So, but I can see your chats right here. Yeah, guys, I can see your chats right here. I always miss. Well, were you in here, Maggie? Shout out to the top chatters right now. I'm going to shout out to Maggie. I'm going to shout out to Game Changer. He has a real picture over here. I think Game Changer, I think he's a person that I was a little too hard on earlier, but he said I gave him what he needed, so hopefully he respects that. St. Jason, Nicole Barbie, Arturo Gotti, Eldering, Jay Blessed, Zane Yourself, Joey, Titan Brew, Daniel Turner, Anu Dunn, Never Loser Rick, Ivan, Backyard Country, he was pretty cool. Tom Moon, always good to see you. Tom's awesome. Hand, Savers Work, Tiger, Captain, Paul White, Rides with Kyle, Parajal, Floated and Filled In, Chris Meiji, Cool Breezin', Just Nick, Oceans VRFS, always good. So shout out to those people who are in the chat. Very much appreciate the people that come in. Always appreciating it. So I find that a lot of people in today's age do not understand the Constitution, and it's something that should be studied. But, you know, when you look at the Constitution of the United States of America, there's a powerful phrase, and you should never forget this phrase. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the Constitution. You can look at the articles and there's a lot, but I think what's often overlooked is the amendments. So the first 10, you can see here, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, were ratified and effective December 15th, 1791. And I'm telling you guys, you need to know the first 10 amendments. You need to know the Bill of Rights, because if you're ever in a situation and someone that's a police officer or someone that infringes on your rights, if you don't know the Bill of Rights, you get the ability to get taken advantage of, right? The Amendment 2 is, well, Amendment 1 is Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, right? Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise therefore, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So people think they have the right to protest, but what you have is to be a right of a peaceful assembly. A peaceful assembly means you can go out there and you can get in groups of people, but a protest is different. The people now trying to protest, Nancy, absolutely. Yeah, so when I was younger, I never really memorized it because I was kind of like, let's just say I didn't have the best upbringing. It was very chaotic and not stable. But one thing I do know is that understanding the amendments and the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence is great. I think that's awesome. I also think the amendments are important. You know, people confuse. The Congress cannot establish any religion, so we can't have a single religion. So I'm not a very religious person. I do believe in God, but we have to create a separation of church and state, which is really important. But the biggest thing here is the peaceful, to have the right of the people to peacefully assemble. You can have an assembly and, peaceful assemble, but that doesn't mean you have the right to protest and destroy property. So nowadays, people are doing so much destruction with these protesters that they're technically violating the Constitution. So I think they should, by all means, if they're not being peaceful and they're protesting and causing havoc, I think you should be able to run them over. I think you should be able to punch them and move them out of the way because they're impeding on your right. And then you have a right to defend yourself. And another thing, too, is the Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's powerful, man. That is powerful. Cowboy says hi. Cowboy? Am I missing something? Nancy? Well, tell Cowboy I said hello back. Oh, Nancy! Oh, for sure, you're Pitt. Oh. Time out. Is this my neighbor? Nah. Anyways, Nancy, for sure, 100%. What's up, Nancy? Yeah, what's up? Yeah, doing my little thing. You know, Nancy. Tell Cowboy I said hi. I give him a pat on the head. Sometimes if he barks, I'll throw a little pecan at him, and sometimes I pop him in the head in a second. Not to be mean, but then he stops barking at me. But I like your dog. You know, I think he wants to eat my cat, but your dog's always been nice. I always scratch his head. Anyways, welcome in, Nancy. I'm just taking advantage. It's kind of odd, but a lot of times people wonder what I do. So I do have an insurance company. I am selling insurance to blue-collar workers over here. So if you can see, I like to share this with people. I'm a bit nuts, and anybody who knows me knows I'm far from the average person, but appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, Nancy. As you can see over here, this is where I run my business. I run it over there. I sell my insurances and and all that good stuff. And then over here, Nancy, it's kind of funny. Nancy has a beautiful family and all that stuff, and she's strong militia is nothing to sneeze at. So Nancy, I have been on the path to get monetized for a very long time, and I'm getting traction. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to keep the message of anybody that knows me. I always say I'm not religious. I don't conform to any religion, but I'm very spiritual as far as a relationship with God. But I'm a very big fan of Charlie Kirk. And I have just gotten fed up with people like ruining his legacy, because me and him did not see eye to eye on a lot of things. But one thing is, I thought he was a great speaker. And I'm just trying to educate myself and go on stream and talk with people, because you guys know my mother had me when she was 15 years old. I served the country for almost 10 years. I'm a certified licensed agent in the state of Georgia. I do policies, and I do a lot of weird stuff that where I live at is kind of uncommon. But when you get out of the state of Georgia and you look around the world, one of the things I'll tell you is there's a lot of business opportunity working on computers and working remote positions that a lot of people, like at least in this demographic, don't even know exist. So, you know, it really made me mad what they did to Charlie Kirk. And I'll be the first to say, I didn't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said. I don't agree with everything anybody says. But I thought that he was one of the best speakers that I've ever seen in modern times. And because I do sales and I talk to blue collar workers, I really had a lot of respect. And for anyone in a radical group to try to kill someone like him, it's just so messed up, man. Just goes to show you there's some powers behind the scenes. And look, anybody that knows me knows I'm not an idiot. I'm very decent at the things I put my time into, but one thing I've never put a lot of time into is history. Because I've always done sales, I've always been able to do things like that. But the older I get, it seems to me I can't see a lot of people who are trained well enough to speak and overcome objections and prove the point. So I'm trying to study up more of my history and have some more arsenal. For example, earlier there was a guy in the chat. By the way, can let me know, is the music too loud in the background? Should I cut it down, or is the music good? Let me come over here and do this, because I'll tell you what, man, I'm going to cut the music down a little bit just because I think it might be a little too loud. And I'm probably going to get me another cup of coffee, because I ain't had but about 4 hours of sleep in the last 5 days. So I tell you guys, man, be better than me, especially if you're going to stay in shape and do push-ups and pull-ups. Try to get your rest. Too loud? Do me a favor. Never Loser Rick. Is that better? Can you still hear it? Is that better balanced? Nancy. For sure. I know Nancy. So Nancy, I'm going to make you a moderator. Standard moderator. So Nancy, I don't know if you've ever been a moderator before. If you have, all I ask is that if somebody comes in and I don't care if they make fun of me. I don't care if someone says something weird that's radical, but if someone's sexually explicit or they're doing things that are not appropriate, then give them a warning and or block their comment. Just sometimes I have people that come in here from age groups of 15 all the way up to 70 and everything in between. And I try to tell the parents that I'm not trying to, every now and then I might cuss from time to time. I'm trying to get better at that, but I'm not trying to do anything that's going to mislead and misguide. I just want people to think independently. So you're part of the Blue Crew. Yeah, Nancy is actually in the same area as me. She's actually, I've met her family and all of that. I've met her husband. They're good people who have a family, and they kind of represent the people that I come from. Even though it may not look like it, I grew up really poor, and I've even gone through a divorce and had to restart and do lots of stuff. But one thing that I do try to do is I try to align myself with good people who can help me grow this channel, because we're almost monetized. Once we get monetized and get super chats, there's a lot of opportunities that open up into my channel. And about the best thing that I'm good at is not piano, it's not music. I try so hard on music, but it's talking to people and relating to them and telling stories and stuff. So, yeah, Nancy, you're going to be part of the Blue Crew. All that means is when you see the Blue Crew, everybody that's in blue has been personally selected by me. I either know them, ever interacted with them, And that just allows you to be part of a community. And what I try to do is I try to get every one of you that's in the Blue Crew to engage with each other, support each other, and know that when there's a live stream, this is a way for you to have a community that feels like church, kind of. But it's not really a church because I have no religious preference, just that's my disclosure. But it's more of a spot where you just come out, hang out, talk about different things. Sometimes I talk about philosophy. Sometimes I read from books. Sometimes I talk about the Constitution. I am a personal trainer, an entrepreneur, a former top 10 producer in 3 separate corporate companies that are Inc. 5000 on the West Coast. I've knocked on doors. I've sold Kirby's. I've sold vacuums. I have a life insurance license. I'm a personal trainer. I've got all sorts of certificates. Now, I'm not the best mechanic. I'm not the best carpenter. That's not my skill set. Typically in the past, I've made enough money to pay for other people to do that stuff for me, and the people that I select to do that for me are people I trust. So not to say I wouldn't get better at it, but it's taken a lot of time and effort for me to get to the point to acquire these other skills. And you can't help what you're good at in life and what your interests are. If you're someone who has good interests and you can learn things, that's great, but speaking and interacting with people, that's my wheelhouse. And never feel ashamed to bring anything into this chat, because I promise you one thing, if you let out something that's very important or you give a detail to something in this stream, people are not going to make fun of you in the Blue Crew. They're going to ask questions, they may disagree with you, but this is a community where you can talk about things like mindset. Tell us your story. If you're struggling with addiction, if there's some like drug substances, because I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't recommend looking at pornography, especially for young men and women. I recommend not engaging in those activities and then taking that energy and putting it into something else. And maybe you just need someone to tell you that every time I come into a stream. Maybe you just need someone in your life that's going to tell you that if you continue to do those things, it's going to be okay. And you'll be amazed at the right food, the right lifestyle, physical activity. You'll be amazed at what you can do if you apply those principles. Now I'm looking into the chat. Okay, Maggie, Nancy, give day 3 warning. Give day 3 warning. Give day 3 warning. Give day 3 warning, saith the Maggie. They give day 3 warning, they get 3 warning them day. Not 2 warning, it's 3. Anyways, also, sometimes I have characters. Just so you know, the reason I play characters, guys, in case you guys don't know, when I was younger, I worked in a church for a long time. I used to be ordained. Oh, yes. I know. But I gotta try to put some type of comedic relief in these deep conversations. When I was younger, I spent a lot of time in the church, and I'd spent a lot of time with the puppets. And what I did was I would have characters. Like I had Blue Bob and like 9 different characters with different personalities and voices. So I would always talk with the kids, and there was a family called the Quicks. It was Mike Quick and Iris Quick and their whole family. And they would basically have an entire ministry, and they would teach stories of the Bible through puppets and stuff. And I was one of their leading puppeteers. So I did drama and skits with them most of my life. But what I'm getting at is sometimes I like to play a character. So every now and then you may see me grain off and be a character. I'm going to do that from time to time. We're going to be serious. There's an element of randomness. Sometimes I'm going to go play piano. I'm trying to put a bunch of this stuff together. But instead of doing that, I decided to stream for, how long we've been streaming now? I don't know, I can't see the timer up here, but a pretty good amount. I'm only streaming because I'm within 600 hours now of the 3,000. This last month, I have made in the top 30% of all of YouTube. I am in the top 30% for fastest growing streams. Not by people, but by viewed hours, which means there's some momentum there. I don't really know what to do with that other than try to maximize it. So all my extra time is going into this. Okay, what do you got here? Maggie, USA or the United Kingdom? Well, I'd have to say USA, man. I mean, I didn't spend 10 years of my life defending my country so it dies. But I would throw that back at you and say, why does it have to be one or the other? Why can't we work together? I mean, obviously, I'm going to be biased towards my country, right? Because this is where I live. So I want ourselves to thrive. But I think living in Japan for 3 years made me realize that in the West, it's always us versus them, this versus that, result oriented. I'm more process oriented, and I think there's no reason to fight against each other if we can come to an agreement where both parties win. So that's where I stand on that. Yes, I'm from the UK. Well, then for the UK, you should stand with the UK. Okay. Well, what do you think? Are you in the United States now? How much time have you spent in UK versus US? And what do you prefer? I'm sure, well, there's pros and cons everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, there's buttholes. Everywhere you go, there's good people. It's always the people that make anything worth anything, you know? You're living in Alabama? Sure enough. Okay. Do you like Alabama? Pros and cons of Alabama. Pros and cons of Alabama. Guys, if you're in the chat, feel free to fireside chat me right now. I can keep a few conversations going. My goal is to stare at this. I was in UK for 5 years. Okay. At what age category? What age category? Mm-hmm. Can y'all hear that music in the background by any chance? If you can hear the music in the background, let me know just so I can see it in the chat. Because I got it in a decent little thing here. Too much homeless, pros, very cheap. Well, if you can get access to good land, it's always the people that ruin places, in my opinion. Most places are beautiful without humans. 5 to 20, 520. Gotcha. Well, just be careful, Maggie. I know that people can sometimes well, do you think it should be up just a little bit, just so I can have something? Because a lot of times people come in and I have these studio monitors, so I'm going to cut it up just a little bit. Let me cut it up just a bit. Let me cut it up just a little bit. Nothing crazy, but just a little bit. Maybe something like that. I mean, my phone still got good battery. Yeah, we're good. Oh man, I don't want to say take a hit from the bong. Nah, dude, I ain't know about that. Nah. Yeah, I can't be sitting over here talking about things like that and then have like yeah, I can't be sitting over here talking about like, hey, don't be doing drugs and don't have fun and da-da-da-da-da and be like, oh, and the music says take a hit of the bong, take a hit of the bong. Yeah, I don't think that's a very good way to, I just don't think that's a good way to do it. sitting over there listening to the guys, I think you should not do drugs and stuff, and then the music's like, take a hit of the bomb. See, I think that's probably too loud on the music. Nancy, I know that right, girl. Rick is saying from 5 years old till 20, right? Yeah, I think so. 5 to 20, yeah, oops, those are critical years, no way. Yeah, I mean, look, I tell people all the time, if you want to like smoke weed or drink or something, look, I'm not judging you. You can do that if you want, but I truly believe if you don't do that, you're going to be a better version of yourself. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, without a doubt, without a doubt. Okay. All right. Nancy, you, a moderator, Nancy. So, a moderator is someone who I have given privileges to, that is what I call the Blue Crew. Okay. Right? So, moderators have the ability that if somebody comes in, it basically puts you in a special category for my channel. What it does is if somebody comes in and they start saying really, let's say someone comes in and they're really sexually explicit and they're saying a bunch of stuff that's kind of disgusting, you can take away their comment. So what it does is it gives you the power to help me keep a certain atmosphere, a certain vibration, a certain aroma, a certain ambiance, if you will, to the stream. Now, this is where you want to understand one thing. When people come in and put comments, it helps me grow. So, if someone's just hating on me, let me talk to them. I can handle myself. I feel pretty good in a battle of wits and words with people. Not that I always win, but I feel pretty good. I'll take my chances. But if someone, let's say somebody came in here was like, I'm struggling with addiction, and then somebody commented, well, you're just a dumb drug addict, you idiot. That's not really people I want into the chat. So try to give them a warning to stay polite. And if they don't stay polite, then you can take away their comment. And what I do is I actually don't ban them. I report their profile. So if somebody comes in here and they're sexually explicit, I report them for pornography. And I do a report. And then, what's that? Do I pay the Blue Crew? No, I don't do that. Well, actually, I do pay the Blue Crew. I pay them with my time of entertainment and consistently doing streams and consistently giving them information. So I don't give them money, but I do give the Blue Crew the opportunity to pick my brain. And a lot of people in the past have paid me to do that. So in a sense, they do get paid by entertainment, engagement, and things of that noise. Elden Ring. I have a certain criteria listing, and I do have a managing moderator, Cameron Casanova 97. He is my managing moderator. When he comes into the streams, he's typically in the later streams. Sometimes I ask people to go through him. He's someone that keeps the best vibe, and when I first started my channel, he was one of the first people that came in. So Cameron Casanova 97 is my managing moderator. However, because of his work schedule and some things that he's going through, he hasn't been able to come to the streams as much. So we're going to play that out. If he doesn't come to streams within the next 3 months because of that, then we may replace him. But if he continues to show up at night when he can, then he's going to be there because he does have a certain value, and he's actually mentioned some things in the algorithm with me that I find very valuable. So I still see value in him, if that makes sense. Thanks. Yeah, Nancy, that's it. And it also kind of empowers you. It gives you something that's kind of cool. Now, guys, keep in mind, my pipeline, I have set so many appointments next week because Long story short, I had to do a bunch of paperwork to redo my licenses for the state of Georgia, and I had hiccup after hiccup. But I'm probably going to start rebuilding my pipeline with an agency out here. I got selected by the largest agency in the United States, and I'm with the top 1% company in the state of Georgia. So my streams are probably going to move from this time during the day to probably more towards the evening, between, like, I don't know, probably that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock time frame, 9 o'clock time frame. When I'm in that category, I'm going to be doing more evening streams. And then on the weekends and stuff, it depends on my pipeline, because I've identified a market out here where there's a lot of money to be made. And once I build it, I'm going to try to hire people that I know, you know, anybody in the chat that knows me. And as long as they can get a license and they can spend maybe 15 to 20 hours a week learning a system, I'm going to try to duplicate it. So I got a huge business project that I've been working on for like 5 months that's finally getting ready to launch. So when I do that, it's going to be a race between building that business and doing streams. So oh, what is this? First kind. What do we got? First kind. Oh, let's see it. I didn't see it. Elder Ring. No one hates you. No, Elder Ring. Elder Ring. I'm not saying you can't be a moderator. But what I'm saying is, how many times have you been to my channel? Keep in mind, I do have close to 4,100 subscribers, and sometimes my streams get 1,900 to 6,000 views over a stream. You know, I may only get 8 people here, 12 people here, 15 people here, but they're consistently coming back, and I have momentum. So if I don't remember you, I apologize. What I want to see is Elder Ring continue to show up, put the comments, put the notification bell on. If you continue to empower the group and I see that, then I'll make you a moderator eventually. TikTok mods are paid monthly. Well, then go to TikTok. Then go to TikTok. Elder, you can't just easily be a mod. First kind. I think he was asking when Chris was in Japan. Yeah, I missed the chat. Somebody asked me about that. Yeah, I lived in Japan for 3 years. Yep, that is true. I actually got some stuff from Japan. I still have some money from Japan. Where's it at? Yeah, I still have some coins and some money from Japan right here. Some Japanese yen and stuff. That's from when I was in Yokosuka, Japan. First kind. Oh, I was in Japan. Let's see, when was I in Japan? 2026, 2020, 19. Probably towards like 2017, 18, 19. Around that time frame. Giving you the keys, guys. So, topics of discussion. Let's shift this to mindset. Mindset training. Do any of you guys, also let me know if the music is too loud, because I kind of got an audio system over there. Is the music too loud? Should I cut it down a bit? First kind one. I never said you were inappropriate. I never said you were inappropriate. Yeah, so Maggie brings up a good point. So, yeah, so you can look at people and look at their past activity. I will say this. People that live into the past, yeah, look, if you're someone who was trolling and doing stuff in the past and you come into my channel, look, as long as you demonstrate to me that you're a good part of the group, you're fine. But I'll tell you this, if I ever make someone part of the Blue Crew and they start doing weird stuff, you're banned indefinitely. Once you have that as a privilege, if you break that, you don't get a second chance. So understand this. You may get second chances to try to get to become a moderator, but once you become a moderator, at that point, if you start doing anything mean or weird to anybody in the crew, you're gone indefinitely. Indefinitely. Sometimes I make people moderators and they've never been moderators, and if my moderator makes a mistake, that's okay. I'm not perfect. Even the Bible says, ye who have not sinned, cast thy first stone, right? To quote the old good book. So what I'm saying is, if a moderator makes a mistake, that's fine. People are gonna make mistakes. And if you're the consequence of that, then that kind of sucks. Welcome to life. Sometimes you walk across the street and get hit by a car. Sucks sometimes, but I'm gonna, if it's something like one time, okay, let me give you an example. There used to be someone named Delaney who I made a moderator because when I was streaming, she came in, and I didn't know this because I didn't look up her information. I just made her a moderator because she said, I'm new to streaming, I want to do this. Come to find out, she was like 13 years old. I had no idea she was that young. And when I made her a moderator, anytime somebody said anything that she didn't like, she would just bye. So I had like a chat with 40 people in it. Next thing I know, there were only 5 people left. So I quickly did not realize at the time, I didn't realize that. So I've made mistakes too. So this is what I'm getting at. Mistakes are going to be made, but here's the goal. The goal is to have good people help me stay in here. And I'm not making moderators for any reason other than, look, I'm not exactly the conventional person. Rick, God is in the earth through people that have God in their hearts and lives. God works through people. Oh, now with Nancy there, I think Nancy hit the nail on the head. That's how I see God. I don't know how it works. I call God the source of energy. But I think people that are connected with a higher power, you can call it Jesus, you can call it God, I don't care what you call it. But certain people are connected, and it's almost like a magnet, and that energy gets given to other people. So I think Nancy is speaking profound words of wisdom with that. I don't pretend to know how it works, but I do think, I see it as energy because I like science. But if you want to call it God, whatever, there's something with people who choose to get empowered by something larger than themselves, and when they share it, it's a magical thing. It spreads. Love and hate both have 4 letters. Love, Hate. Love and hate both have 4 letters. You can choose to love or you can choose to hate. And this is what I tell people as someone who's very spiritual but not very religious. When I studied the Bible for Jesus, I think what Jesus was trying to remind us is that love is the answer. It's easy to hate and it's hard to love. It's just like the movie Monsters, Inc. When the monsters are trying to take energy from the people and the kids, they start scaring the kids because then they get energy. But then later on, they realize if they make the kids laugh, they get 10 times more energy. I think hate is a form of energy, but if you take that energy, and you get people to laugh and you learn to use humor to make a situation better, I think that form of energy through love has got a higher capacity of output than its predecessor. Rick, you are great. Nancy, I'm glad he made you mod. That's what I'm talking about. People inside of there. Yeah, so I just look in the chats, and if I see someone part of the Blue Crew, what I know is I have trust in those people. That's why they're called the Blue Crew. Somebody in here named them the Blue Crew. And guys, keep in mind, I'd like to think so. The Blue Crew, yeah. The Blue Crew, I think, was Maggie or Nicole one of my longtime subscribers. And by the way, a lot of the people that watch me are not in the United States. They're in Nepal. Chess Devil comes in here sometimes. He's in Nepal. He's an online chess player. I have people from India, some from Nepal, from the UK, some from London, some from Australia, some from Russia. I'm in like 12 different countries right now. And I'm not trying to be boastful, but I think that's cool as hell. I grew up in, man, my mom had me when she was 15, man. The fact that people from 13 different countries comes inside of here and just talks to me about stuff, that's pretty cool. And then I empower you guys empower me, and I don't always have this much time. But on days that I have time, I'm trying to pump out to get monetized, you know what I'm saying? And between that, fasting, having some bacon and eggs, and a bunch of coffee with mushrooms in it, the Shroomology coffee guys, I drink a lot of caffeine as a fat burner because I like to stay in shape. I've got Shroomology, which is lion's mane, chava, and these other supplements. I mix it with my coffee and it keeps my energy kind of good. I've even stopped going to the gym to spend more time streaming because my workouts are push-ups, pull-ups, and sprints. You can ask my neighbor, I think she's in here, Nancy. Sometimes you see me out there and I'm like jumping up and down, doing push-ups, running with my vest. Like I do a lot of that stuff, but I try to make it, there's 168 hours in a week. I still work about 40 hours a week when I'm doing my business. But when I'm not doing my business, the streams are my TV time, and I've got everything here so I can just hop from one to the next. But today, I just happen to have a free afternoon, so I wanted to spend more time streaming. We are so close to getting monetized. Let's see, you're great, Chris. Very motivational. You dang right, I'm here for you, Maggie. Your day is gonna get better today. That's why I'm here. Yep. The U.S. is covered by God. I don't know what that means. The USA is covered by God? I don't know, man. I don't know what that means. I don't disagree. I think all people are covered by God. I think we're all children of God. I don't think there's one single race of people that's chosen by God. I think we're all chosen by God. I think we're all chosen by the source. Sometimes I think we forget how powerful we really are, and sometimes we need a reminder. Sometimes you need a reminder to remember how powerful you really are. The fact that your mom and your dad met, connected, and there was a zygote, 23 chromosomes, I think it's 23 chromosomes, to make 46. The fact that that egg and that sperm came together and you are in this world is a mathematical statistic that's borderline impossible. And you have the same things in your body that's in the cosmos. Your body is made from zinc, magnesium. Your body is made from hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen and trace minerals. The same material in the dust, the same material made by stars in the universe. You are a living universe with all this power inside of you. And if you can't think about that and get empowered, then maybe you need to try to think about that statement again and really understand and take those words and chew on it and macerate it and gnaw on it and think, wow, the same stuff in me is what's made of the abundance of the universe. You know, essentially, if God is the universe and God is inside of all of us, then that's what God's made out of, and you're a piece of that. If that doesn't empower you, that Nancy, you know Nancy? That Nancy, oh, I remember that Nancy. I got Nancy confused with my other neighbor. See, Nancy, I remember Cowboy exactly now. I just put a face to the name. How are you, Nancy? See, Nancy knew me when I was in California. Man, I was thinking that I got a neighbor named Nancy, and I was like, I didn't think they're a dog, but they do have a dog that's a pit, and it's named Cowboy, and their name is Nancy. That is crazy. Welcome to my world, man. Quantum entanglement is real. Elder Rings, you said you're lucky your parents were obviously tall. My mom is 5'4". My mom is 5'4". No, my dad's tall, and I do come from Viking heritage, but no, my mom is like a short block. She's like this tall and wide. She's really wide. My mom's strong as hell, dude. My mom's built like a linebacker, dude. And my dad was tall. So, hence why I probably had decent genetics to stay in shape. But I work really hard. I'm the only person in my family that's in shape. Most of my other family, they don't really work out. They don't really care about their food as much. They're getting better at it, but when you see like, when you see my family, typically, as far as like calisthenics and staying in shape, it's just something I made a priority in my life. But my mom ain't tall. My mom's almost classified as a legal midget. Hence why I was a C-section, baby. See, Elder Ring, that's called being presumptuous. You're being presumptuous, my friend. Have you ever tried chaga tea? Yes, I have. First kind I've ever tried chaga tea. Chaga's okay. Chaga's not bad. I just stick to the caffeine because due to the abundance of my workload between business and streaming, in addition to the abundance of my workload, the lack of sleep due to my independent projects, the amount of caffeine and consumption I have been consuming is astronomically high. Because I also fast and I also try to stay wide shoulders and lean. So I'm trying to get vascular and get really lean. So I'm using coffee as a fat burner. So. Time for some more coffee on that note. Let's go get another cup of Joe. All right. So somebody called me. So doing a stream like this is a day where if I do it right, the amount of views I can get on a stream is astronomically high. So I can take a day like this. Okay, sorry about that. We had a birthday and some stuff I had to talk to. So getting on this. I'm good. Good to see you hanging in there and doing well. You're an inspiration. I know mentally your strength is supreme. I got to go for now, but I will catch up soon. Yeah, Nancy. Appreciate that. Thanks, Nancy. I so much appreciate you coming in. Thanks, Nancy. I so much appreciate you coming in. It was so funny too that I got you confused with someone else. I apologize. So we went from one spot to another, so I had to, how do I say this? I had to change the modem Wi-Fi. So now we're good, and we're back over here. You guys good? Thank you, Nancy, and send my best to Cowboy. And yes, I appreciate it. Mentally strong. I'd like to think I'm mentally strong, but you know, it's just one of those things where you just gotta play those mind games with yourself. I find those mind games where if you do mind games correctly, it works good. But hopefully you got some type of value in the chat. My goal has been always to be monetized by empowering people. If I can get monetized empowering people in my chat, that's always been a goal. And we are making progress to being monetized by empowering people. Talk about a lot of different things, but trying to become monetized from empowering people is kind of the core goal of this entire channel. Everybody gets empowered differently, but again, you guys come in, you like, you comment, you put this up. It's something that's absolutely beautiful. Alrighty. And it does take time. I mean, you know, almost doing a 4-hour stream and trying to stay live, think of things to talk about and not do stupid stuff to where I'm like just throwing a ball in a cup and stuff, actually engaging and talking to people for this amount of time. It takes a lot of energy. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it's not easy to do it, and I've had to sacrifice a lot of other things to try to get monetized, but it's working. So, Elder Ring, feel free to double tap that screen. Thank you, Maggie. I'm glad seeing you happening. Maggie, stay good, stay blessed. Thank you for contributing. I always appreciate it. I haven't seen you in a long time, and it's good to see that you're doing well. Elder Ring, it's about your spirit and your mindset. Short in height isn't what makes you. You can be short in height, but that's what's up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, if you're tall or you're in shape or you're handsome or sexy or pretty, you're going to have an advantage initially. But as soon as you open your mouth and you start talking, your ability to talk and connect with people, do not underestimate that. You ain't have to be the biggest. You don't have to be the strongest. You don't have to be the best looking. Your ability to just interact, gauge, and talk with people, the ability to do that over and over again over a long period of time, that's what's going to separate you from other people. Can you make people laugh when they feel bad? Like, can you get people to believe in themselves? If you can do that, don't underestimate that. Some of the best sales reps I've ever seen, like in insurance, which is what I do, have been very unorthodox. People that were just able to be strong and be themselves and not give up and not quit, right? So we've been going close to 4 hours, 7:14:28. We had 20 people in there. So that should be about another 20 to 40 hours. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go knock out some work. I do have some paperwork to do. I need to go knock out my paperwork. And then hopefully if there's some time, I'll try to get another stream tonight. Do me a favor. Nicole. Oh, Nicole. Yeah, so Nicole is pretty cool, and Nancy. So this is what I try to tell you guys with the Blue Crew. When you see someone that you engage with, these are people that try to like and follow each other's channels on YouTube. And I'm creating an environment where people that come into the Blue Crew can trust that the people that I have made blue, I might make a mistake. I might find someone that tricks me from time to time. I might see a robot from time to time. But typically I engage with the Blue Crew and I vetted them, and you can feel safe that they're not a creep. It's kind of like a venting process. So kind of think of this like a ground for maybe friendships, connecting people from different countries, different parts of the world. And the Blue Crew hold me and I hold you and everyone else accountable. So if we see a creep or someone that's really odd, don't be scared to call them out. Work on your self-confidence. Don't be mean. Don't be rude. Use love, logic, words, and strategic questioning. Like earlier, let me give you an example. Somebody was in here and I said a statement and they called me an idiot. And then instead of just being like, I'm not an idiot, I'd be like, okay, let's say I am an idiot. And this is something for words. Could you please give me an example of what makes me an idiot? And then they said, well, you said this. And I said, well, no, that's not what I said. And, I wouldn't say me. I'd say we. It's not me, it's we. Not me. Take that me and take that M and flip it upside down and it becomes a we. Because I wouldn't be able to be part of this if it wasn't for you guys. Hence why it's a we. And once we get monetized, that allows me to do super chats. At that point, people have already messaged me saying they would donate to my channel, which is cool. Never feel that you have to donate to my channel for any of you guys. But if somebody wants to, that's cool. Then that opens up different pathways, and that allows me to have more advertisements on different videos and stuff. And essentially, by doing that, there's money to be made. And I've already told you guys, the money that comes from this channel, I want to put that and reinvest it into the channel. And if there's ever a way for me to make enough money from YouTube to buy a spot and have people show up and chat and meet, I would basically do that for the entire community I create on YouTube, right? Wrestle? What you mean? Did I wrestle? Are you asking me if I wrestled? Why is my nose itchy? Because my mustache sometimes touches it right here and it tickles my nose. And I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. So My nose gets itchy, and we've had snow and it's cold out here. So it's just cold. If you're implying that it's because that I do drugs, which a lot of people always ask, nah. I don't smoke, I don't drink. I'm actually someone who tries on my channel to teach people not to do that and try to become the best versions of themselves. Hey, you doing it, brother. Kevin, thank you. Yes, sir. Russell. My nose runs the whole time I walk my dog when it's cold. Yeah. Mine's kind of more my mustache though, because this mustache is kind of long. And it kind of hits and it makes my nose tingle because I ain't grown a beard in a while, but I decided I'm not going to shave my beard until I become monetized. So my whole goal is to grow my beard until I get monetized. I'm doing well, Kevin. Thank you. Welcome back. Roger, you said wrestle. Are you asking me if I wrestled? Yeah, you can see other videos what I look like when I actually have my hair out and on the side. I look different without my beard. I mean, because I have to balance my work, like on my computer work when I sell insurance, because I have to balance that. If I did streaming all day, nothing, maybe, but that would probably burn me out. What got you into YouTube? Kevin, I'll answer that in a second. The metrics keep doing this, and I'm probably somewhere between a couple weeks up to a couple months, depending on the algorithm and if I can continue, because I can't stress this enough. Finding 3 to 4 hours today was just a day I had some time. An hour here, 2 hours here. Streaming and trying to get monetized takes a lot of time because it's not my videos that I do that get me monetized. In order for me to get monetized, I have to be on a camera and I have to engage with people. So, can you do your work while you stream? Technically, I can, but then when I'm doing my work, a lot of times I'm working with like clients' personal information and financial information, and then technically, I'm kind of borderline recording. And because I sell insurance and I'm licensed, technically, legally, you're not allowed to do that. I could probably get away with it by just videotaping myself talking as I'm doing computer. And maybe I'll try to do that. But when I do calls and I'm calling people and doing their paperwork, I almost feel like that would be a big distraction. Although, I guess legally, if I got consent from someone to record a sales call, I could do one. And y'all could listen. Maybe I could try to do a live sales call one day, but I'm kind of borderlining on the edge of like, I think it's HIPAA or whatever the law regulation to protect people's information is. Oh yeah, well I do stream when I work out, and well, when I do workouts, my little push-up workouts that I stream, I'll do those. But when I do my real workouts, that's kind of like me separating myself. Like I can't stress this enough. Do this for a week. Put on your camera for 7 days every day for 2 hours and talk into it to a group of people and then tell me how you feel. And then try doing that for 3 months every day. When I'm not streaming, I try to completely take myself off of stream because even after streaming, I still have to go through the comments. I still have to upload some posts. I've got over 42,000 comments in the last 10 years I've responded to. Like there's still stuff I have to do outside of that. And doing that, that's why I built the gym out here to start doing more stuff. Like I'm trying to save every ounce of time I can to do this, but I'm at a threshold to where if I do anything more, I'm probably gonna wear myself too thin. So I'm always balancing that edge of that. That's why I was starting to do 30-minute streams here, 30-minute streams there. I try to do 30 minutes to an hour, but today I just happened to go 6, 12, 4 hours. We've been going 4 hours nonstop. Maggie. Well, yeah, you say that, but Nicole, I have been sharing shorts from other people And my last short got like 500,000 views. And yeah, one of my Instagrams got 1.4 million. But typically the algorithm for shorts, I get 5,000 here. I need 4 million views to get monetized or 3,000 hours. So yeah, if I did some more shorts, and I've got 1.7 thousand videos on my channel. So there's a lot of content. All the metrics show people, because I don't edit very well. I don't have enough time to hire an editor and do all that. The fastest way for me to do it is to do 30 minutes to an hour, boom, get the stream, come back, do the stream, come back, and do that multiple times and keep getting people each time, new people to come back. And that tends to be what's caused my algorithm to go straight. Mark, no shorting. Well, that's a fine. Would you short the price of silver? I mean, over what time period? Well, I mean, if Mark knows, I mean, you can see in my old investments, I still day trade and swing trade. I mean, I'm not against it. I mean, why would you want to short silver, man? You talking about after the big push? I mean, it depends on your time frame. Short time frame, I would ride the momentum, you know? So, well, if I went live, it would basically be to do a sales call. You know, sometimes I've always thought about going live during a live sales call, but you know, that's actually a lot of work too, because then I got to set up the computer and do all that. And what I try to do is this. When I do my workouts, when I do certain things, I try to separate them from the stream, get them done. And then when I come back to the stream, try to do the mentorship in business. So I try to balance it. I'm not saying I'm doing it well. Like today, we're in a 4-hour stream, but I just happen to have 3 of my clients out of nowhere just want to reschedule. I think it's because there's a cold front coming in. Yeah. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Don't you think since it's going to the moon, since silver is in a momentum, why not take advantage? Like, look, are you doing a long term or a short term? If you're doing short term short and you're trying to time a reversal, that does work, but I would ride the momentum. If a position has momentum and it cools off, it typically keeps pushing more than 50% of the time. So, yeah, and that's a call option, which is a long-term play. Look, Mark, at the end of the day, you got to pick your own strategy, but I'm someone that if I see a trend with silver or gold or oil and there's a trend and it's moving, I'm not going to bet against the trend because I don't like betting against the market. I like to find a momentum play and ride the momentum and maximize my profit. You know what I mean? I'm not in the business of trying to time market reversals because it's just that I know people can do it, but it's really tough. Mark says this is all short term. I mean, look, what metrics are you using when you say short term? Are you using 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 minute, 30 minute? Are you trying to do a day trade, a swing trade, a week trade, a month trade, a quarter trade? I mean, short-term trading is kind of ambiguous. But if you've identified like a double top or a triple top and it keeps hitting that and it won't bust through, then yeah, maybe you have something there, maybe. But I would just make sure of head and shoulders and double and triple tops. And then look, it's a rubber band. If something pulls up, but check this out. Mark, just remember, you want to look at the highs of today and the lows of today compared to the highs of yesterday's and lows of yesterday's and do that on a week. So my opinion has always been when you're going to trade like that, let me wash my hands real quick. Let me come over here. My opinion has always been, if you're going to be in a situation where you're going to trade, right? If you're going to be in a situation where you're going to trade and do those types of things, you need to look at the high of days and the low of days of the past few days. And if you're going to do a short-term trade, wait and make sure you have liquidity. And I'm sure you know of AMD. AMD is when you take the accumulation, the misdirection, the manipulation, and you find it. So Again, it can be a short-term trade. Of course you can make money, but my whole premise is this. I don't care if it's gold. I don't care if it's silver. I don't care if it's oil. I don't care what it is. In my opinion, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with the momentum. I am going to go with the momentum every time. I am a momentum-based trader. So that's what I'm going to do. So I tell people all the time, don't try to time a market reversal. Timing a market reversal, go with the motion. Motion every time. Motion is lotion. And also, don't forget to do push-ups. All right. Yeah, in case you were wondering, yeah, I used the restroom real quick because I've been in a 4-hour stream. So, if that bothers you, well, whatever. I don't really care. Welcome to your favorite coach and entrepreneur, Coach Chris. I'm just a real one, man. Okay, well, cool. So, Mark, so you're using price action and volume. I would say this, Mark. If you've identified what you think is good, go for it. But me personally, I'm going to say this one more time. Oh, I don't do it for a living. No, I sell. Listen, I don't recommend trading for a living. I try to find trades that are good to make profit, and then I reinvest into long-term. I'm a big long-term investor. I like insurance more than stocks. So most of my long-term tradings are based on dividends, although I do day trading, and I'm not against day trading. But day trading takes a lot of time that interferes with other things that I can do that make more residual income, like selling life insurance, right? I talk to a lot of blue-collar workers. They need coverage. I sell them a policy. Every 3 months, I can increase my base wage by 10%, right? So I can get a 40 to 50% raise every year on myself by selling policies to people who need them, not scumbag policies, but giving them the best coverage, even without medical exams many times. And I get residuals, I get money up front, I get 10 months in advance, and then, yeah. Okay, well, if you do this for a living, then why are you asking me on my opinion? If you do this for a living and you're asking somebody who doesn't do it for a living, that seems kind of backwards, right? But I have made decent money in the market in the past. Typically, I don't trade silver, I don't trade gold, and I don't trade oil. What I do is I do consumer cyclical markets. So a lot of times I do swings. But hey, if precious metals has got momentum and it's going up and there's good news surrounding it, yeah, you know this, just go for it. Okay, well, okay. Mark, that's fair. I'll give you that, Mark. I'll give you that. But yeah, volume and price action. I would say this, for you, what I would do is I would have my volume charts, green and red, and I would have level 2 data, whatever, or if you're doing futures or whatever, I would just have some way to measure the standard deviation of volume, Mark. I'm sure you know what a standard deviation is. If the volume is substantially above the standard deviation of the average volume and it's going in one direction, that would indicate potential for a trade. I just look at the amount of volume. Let's say volume's typically 5 million, but today it's 12 million and there's been a push. I'm going to look at the level 2 and look at the buyers and sellers and using that. Well, then you and I trade differently, but maybe, you don't have to, but I've always used volume because volume tells me how many people are interested compared to the volume before. Nicole says, I wish I got long-term holds on SoFi like 2 years ago. I just went up and down slowly, but got over it. Well, yeah, it could have went the other way too, but SoFi, yeah. What I've got my eyes on for the future, just so you guys want to know, I'm big into TSM, NVIDIA. I still believe in Meta and also Cheesecake Factory and O Realty. O Realty, great dividend monthly. Cheesecake Factory has they have restaurants, and then they have subsidiaries restaurants, and they're growing like crazy. And anything that's with the tech, like I would say, yeah, I said TSM, NVIDIA, just going off my head real quick. Meta's really good. I did play Alibaba for a while because of Charlie Munger and stuff. I think Alibaba still has a lot of potential in the future. ZSI, okay. Yeah, anything with technology, yeah. So, exactly. Yeah, man. My charts, look, I've used relative strength indexes, I've used MACDs. At the end of the day, there's only 3 things that I use now. And I don't really care about all the other stuff, although ZSL, that's pretty cool. I care about the standard deviation of volume compared to the prior volumes. For example, let me give you an example. If I walk home every day, let me give you an example. If I walk home every day and I walk by a restaurant on my way home, and I know normally there's 20 cars in the parking lot, that 20 cars represents volume, okay? Now, let's say one day I walk by that restaurant on my way home and there's 65 cars in the volume. That tells me that something is going on at that restaurant. It could be good, it could be bad. So my whole thing is looking at standard deviation spikes, and you can set a giant list with an SD at 1 to 5. And if it goes up 1 or minus -5, and that tells you whether it's more or less buyers and sellers. That's all that I use. Then I try to find a news article to support why that's happening. That's how I would short-term trade. I don't use any other indicators. Volume and price action with a catalyst from the news. Yeah, you see what I mean? Yeah, so again, the other day AMD averaged like 6 million volume and it was up to 22. And it kept going up and up. And I did a day trade where I made like, I don't know, it's 9% in a day. And I was investing like a 5-figure sum. And I pulled 9% because I was like, wow, that's a good opportunity. Now, let's say it's a day and I don't see that standard deviation within 20 minutes, then I'm not going to do a trade. So that's just how my brain is very simple, because my brain works better with simple concepts versus, because sometimes the best trade that you take is the one that you don't have. Sometimes the best trade is the one you don't take, because nothing worse than getting into a bad trade and then you don't have a stop loss and you're pinned in at a loss. And if you're like me, I've done this and been like, oh, I got to get it back. And then don't do that. And try to get at least a 4-to-1 risk reward ratio. Right. Well, Mark, you're true about that, especially with the computer algorithms. The reason I stopped day trading a lot is because, the computers and the algorithms are getting really good at identifying people's stop losses and pinning them out and stuff like that. So I think the world is shifting to more swing trade. I think swing trades and long-term investments is better, although I'm not against a good day trade if the conditions are right. But the conditions need to be extremely calculative for me to take a day trade. Just because the computers are getting so good, they're so fast. God, they're so fast. And they do so much volume and they manipulate the market. And, they're getting better every day. I use stop losses. Yeah, I use trailing stop losses. See, what I do is I do a 4-to-1 to 5-to-1. So I set my target. This is for a day trade, right? If I was going to day trade, I'll set my target to where I'm getting to where there's liquidity. So the high of the day and the low of the day. And then based on the volume, I'll make my decision. And I'll put a stop loss to lose 1 or 2 units. But if I'm going to risk losing 1 unit, that could be $10, $100, $1,000, just 1 unit. Whatever that unit is, let's call it $10 for easy math. If I'm gonna risk $10, I wanna make at least 40. So then I only have to be right like 33% of the time to be profitable. You get what I'm saying? So, and then if you have a winner that looks like it's going, then I'll set my target profit higher and I'll set a trail. So then no matter what happens, I know I'm automatically in the green. No one ever went broke taking profit. It's a way to get a bunch of base hits, base hits, base hits. And then when you have a runner, you trail it with a stop. And then you make sure that once you set that, you can program your software to just trail it. And you know. Well, if you look at the original videos, well, that's kind of where the mind pipes in. I think the money and the stock part comes down more to the mindset. So the mind is talking about philosophy, religion, finance, and all that. Cheers. Hey, Mark G, I appreciate the conversation. Just let me know something, man. Let me know how your trade gets in. And then since you do that for a living, that's awesome. And I appreciate the conversation. That's pretty cool. But I'm curious, you don't use stop losses. Are you doing futures or just commodities? Just curious. But if you got to go, that's fine. I'm getting to where I need to go here soon. I keep saying that. I got so much work to do, but you know, when I get into the streams and do this, it's just kind of what I do. You know what'll make me feel better? Probably one of these giant things. I think commodities are better to trade, but any money I make on commodities that I would make, I would reinvest them into appreciating assets that pay a dividend personally. Oh, you live in Australia? Oh, that is different. Yeah, I was presumptuous. I made the assumption, my apologies, that you were in the States. My fault. So the commodity market in Australia, yeah. I've never traded much in the Australian market, but I have friends that have told me that the commodities there are really juicy. Just to be fair, I was also a poker player for a while. So I used to do poker tournaments professionally. So before I got into insurance, I wanted to be a professional poker player. Well, then, yeah. So essentially, you're reinvesting into your country too at the same time. That's cool. I get that. I'm in the States. I'm in the South. I'm in the southeast of the United States. Why do you want to know what state I'm in? You're close. One more up. One more state up. Okay. So if you go to Miami and you go up, I'm near Georgia. I'm near the middle of Georgia. Not too far away from Miami. Well, I'm the stereotypical American. My geography is probably worse than yours. I know Lee Priest is from Australia. And I used to do bodybuilding back in the day. Then I got into calisthenics because I got smart enough to realize you're going to feel better if you can move your body. I know Lee Priest is from Australia. Oh, yeah. I have. Nice. Yeah, so when I used to do my tournaments, I used to travel and do some of the big tournaments and follow the WSOP. Guys, I don't bet on sports. I don't play blackjacks or any of these games. Not that I'm against it, but I like poker back in the day because I'm in insurance and I'm always analyzing people's risk and stuff. I had a good time. With the analysis of poker. It was a fun game. I'm on Google for winning a big tournament. You don't gamble, you gamble every day. Do you put money in a retirement? That's a gamble. I don't like the word gamble because there's something called pure risk and speculative risk. You learned this in insurance. If I just throw dice and I'm just going to randomly guess what number is going to be, then yeah, that's speculative risk. But when you do, yeah, the game's changed, but if you're good at math, the game's still pretty good in some places. But there's pure risk and speculative risk. If somebody invests in the market, or if you put money into your bank and you get interest, you're risking because the bank is risking your money with leverage. So everything in life is a risk. So what you want to do is you want to find things where you have calculated risks return ratios. So, yep. Look, I'm not telling people to go play cards and poker and stuff. What I am saying is if you're analytical, I don't know. It depends. That's an ambiguous statement, Mark. I think poker and the stock market both have risks, but it depends on your risk reward ratio. There's a reason lawyers quit doing lawyer to play poker, but there is variance. I think the stock market has better leverage, but from a risk reward perspective, if you actually look at the math, poker's got some pretty good odds, man. If you learn the math, but you got to study. You actually have to study the math. It takes a long time to learn the math. Okay, well, I agree to disagree. Agree to disagree, Mr. Mark. That's all right. I can still disagree with your point. As someone who's on Google, you can Google me for entering some poker tournaments. Well, it's just risk, man. You're never going to have anything in life that has a chance of return without risk. Whether you're investing in stocks or doing cards. Yeah, that's the same with the market, Mark. Even with the best strategy in the world, you don't think markets are manipulated? I could say the same thing. But yeah, but with positive EV, most people don't calculate positive EV. Well, you're entitled to your opinion. I would just say this. Most people don't know how to calculate EV. And I've finished, in the United States of America, I'm in the top 250,000 poker players in the States. And I made a good run one year. And the only reason I quit was because I got into other business. And I moved to a state where it wasn't legal to play cards. So if I was still over in California now, I would still be doing tournaments. And I averaged more return. Sometimes I average more return on cards, and sometimes I average more return on the market. Now, I will say this. If you play cards like real poker, like just Texas Hold'em, with people who are really good, the better the competition, the harder it is to win. But if you find a table of people who don't know the EV, that's more profitable than a market that doesn't have any momentum. But if you find a market or a stock that's got the right, that is going to be more profitable than a game full of killers who knows how to play. So it's not that one's better. It's just there's a lot of variables to consider. So depending on the variables, they both create an interesting dynamic. Liam, what's up, Liam? Yeah, the studio's looking good. Well, yeah, but you can also, Mark, I could say the same thing. You could put all your money into one position and you could lose it all in a trade. There's no difference, man. It's just that's called risk analysis. That's the same thing. It's literally the exact same game. And yes, you can make it risky or less. But let me give you an example. When I played poker, I had a bankroll and I never use more than 0.05 or 0.5% of my bankroll. So the biggest thing is when you play cards, you have to play within your limit. Let's say you have a $10,000 bankroll. You should only be playing with a couple $100s at a time, right? And then what you do is when you run into variance where math kind of slaps you, like you're supposed to win 8 out of 10, and then you lose a couple of those in a row, you just have to have enough leverage so you can play through that. Excuse me. No different than stocks if you take too large of a position. Same thing. Yeah. Everything's manipulated. But I would say this, I wouldn't play cards at someone's house. I would only play cards in a casino as far as poker. Because I know people who cheat in their home games like crazy. I've been cheated in so many home games. So, by the way, Mark, I'm going to agree to disagree. Your logic is irrational. Again, I know pocket aces are going to lose sometimes in that situation for sure, 100%. But it also depends on if you're playing 3-handed, 4-handed, 5-handed, if you know how to isolate. There's too many, I'm telling you, man, there's just take it from someone who did pretty well at cards. There's a lot of variables to consider. But how can you compare poker with the riskiest trade for those you can think of? Very easily, because it depends on the person, right? If someone has, let's say, $100,000 to invest and they're investing $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 at a time, that's 30 for 40% of their holdings, right? If somebody had $100,000 as a bankroll to play cards and they only risked $500 at a time, that is better risk management than the other. They both can be better or worse than the other. The difference is how you apply risk management. I'm a licensed insurance agent. I'm a professional risk manager. I analyze people to get policies and am certified to do that. So I'm a professional risk manager. So I agree with you that either one can be better than the other. What I'm saying is there's so many variables to calculate. It's too ambiguous to just put into a micronism. It's too many variables. I can find a poker game that is way more profitable than the market if I find the right people, right? And I can also find stocks that are way more profitable than a poker game if the position's right. So I don't live in the world of absolute, this is right or wrong. It's so independent depending on the variables at hand. That's what I'm saying. As a professional risk manager, like that's what I do. Hence why I sell insurance. I don't sell policies to people that aren't going to pay their premiums. And if they stop paying their premiums, I get prorated. So you know what I'm saying? I will say this. Poker is just like investing when it comes to long term. If you make the right EV decision with the right games over time, you're going to be profitable. Just like in an investment, if you continue to long-term invest in the right positions, you're going to create wealth. There's too many variables between it that, this talk could go on for days and weeks and lifetimes because there's so many variables. And then you have to consider the house rake, how much the house takes. Then you have variance, you have stock market. There's too many things to compare. So the way I would look at it is whichever one someone does better at, they should stick to that. Simple as that. Everybody's different. Everybody has differences. Let's be honest. You would not sit down at a poker table with 1 million, but you might invest. No, that's not how my brain works. If I had $1 million to invest, then what I would do is I wouldn't use 1 million for either one. I would take 0.05%, like 0.5% of the million, and I would play with that because I understand bankroll management. And I wouldn't put all $1 million into one position. No, unless I was doing long-term holdings and doing dividends. But no, I would put small amounts and build positions. Right. So, so your premise is just different because that's not how, I'm not really a gambler. I'm a risk analysis manager, right? So you can have a bankroll and play within the bankroll. Why do I have to choose? No, I don't. If I have that option in front of me, I don't have to choose. There's more choices in life. So that's not how my brain works. I don't pretend fake scenarios that don't apply to my reality. All right. Neither. That's not how my brain works. I wouldn't put 1 million in either one. I would take a portion of it and build a portfolio. And I'm not just going to put $1 million into the market because it depends on the market. It depends on the positions. So, right. So your premise, I disagree with your assertions of that statement because I don't consider that my reality is how I look at things. Again, as a professional, risk analysis, if you will. Insurance agent, risk manager. I calculate risk for a living. Again, most people can't do it when it comes to cards. I get that. But if you study the math and you understand the math, you can find really good odds. You can get 70-30. Let's say every time you were going to invest money in the market, you were going to know 70% of the time you were going to win and 30% of the time you're going to lose. You can find scenarios in cards where you can get 70-30, 80-20. Of course, you're going to lose some, but in the right circumstances, those 70-20s and those 70-30s, 80-20s, man, you can really set yourself up using like certain rules of poker, mathematics, but you have to study charts. You have to understand the math. And let's both agree, most people are not going to study the math. If you don't understand the math and you play cards with someone that does, you're going to lose in the long run. They're going to get you. No, that's not what I'm saying. Because that's not what I'm going to do. That's not how I play cards. If I had a $100 million bankroll, then yeah, I'd sit down with, if 1 million was 0.05% of my bankroll, then yeah, I would sit down with that. But again, it's not about the amount of money. It's about the amount of percentage relative to your bankroll. It's risk analysis. Simple as that. You either see that point or you don't. And the point is not the same. No, and you're assuming that I wouldn't put it somewhere else. If I had $1 million right now, I would probably go buy land versus either one of them. But for a game to flip in something, I would take a portion of it. So again, it's bankroll management. You have to understand risk. I wouldn't. Because that's not a real scenario, Mark. Just because you ask, that's like asking the question, you're asking questions that aren't really questions because that's not a real life scenario, right? That's like, you're asking something that's subjective based on a vacuum, right? Why land? Because land, there's never going to be more of it. Land is shown over time because I can take land and make lots of stuff out of it. I can make farm, I can sell food, it's going to appreciate. Yeah, I would rather buy land. If I have $1 million to put into something, then I'm going to do land and not do any of those. But if I don't want to buy land or already have enough land, like we have here, then if I wanted to put that into the market or I wanted to put it into a game like poker, I wouldn't put it all in because I'm not an idiot. I would take a percentage and do risk management and build it from there. It's just, I don't know how many times, I don't know why that doesn't stick in your head. You still haven't given me a reason why that's not a good idea. Well, you're asking me an unreal situation. What's the color of happy? What's the color of sad? Right? You have to pick one. No, you don't. Everybody's got a different opinion on that. The whole point you need to take away is this. No matter what you put money in, if your idea is I have to put it all here, then you're a gambler and you're not an investor, right? I'm not someone who's ever going to put a huge chunk of sum in anything unless I know relative to my net worth what it's worth. You get what I'm saying? Like in cards, people have like a $10,000 bankroll and they play with $5,000. See, I never did that. I had a $10,000 bankroll back in the day and I only played with $200 to $300 at a time. And I could turn $200 to $300 after playing 8 to 10 hours a day, somewhere between $200 to $600 on average. Sometimes I would lose more, sometimes I would win more. But over a course of the time, I could track an equity chart. I'm telling you, it sounds to me like you've never charted an equity chart. Well, I do. Well, no, I have a feeling that you're not going to convince me because you haven't given me any logic other than you have to choose this. So what you're doing is you're giving me a set of circumstances that I have to choose. And I'm saying I'm not ever going to be in that situation waiting for what I have. Right now, if I just found $1 million sitting down, then I'm not going to think I have to invest it in something. I probably would invest it, but I'm not going to invest the whole thing because it depends on the market. What I would probably do is wait and find specific companies. And then when some of those companies pull back, probably put little bits and pieces in. I've never invested a bunch of money in anything all at once unless it's a day trade. I typically find good bargains in the market and put money in and continue to add and create residual income. That's different than you just have, like, you don't have to throw it into something. That's your assertion. I don't agree with your premise. So that's just not how I think. I know you didn't play poker. I'm pretty sure you're probably just Googling what EV and all this other stuff is, because I can tell right now you've never studied charts. Because if you did, you would understand what I mean by understanding the math. I mean, you're probably not on Google. Go Google me. I'm on the front of Google from being in a top, like, I'm not your average poker player. I'm someone who calculates risk. Well, you just said it. You just said I never really did poker too much. So if you've never sat there and put 60 hours a week grinding tables, then you're not going to understand perspective. Have you ever studied? Have you ever studied charts? And you could be using Google and chat and all this stuff, but I'm guessing that you haven't done the math. I'm just guessing that because I talk to people who understand the math. You don't speak like someone who's looked at the math, because anyone who's rational and looks at the math understands why doctors and lawyers quit to play, because the math and the odds are extremely juicy if you find the right games. Now, if you find games that other people understand the math, that's when poker starts to be less profitable. If people understand the math and you understand the math, and then you get into a leveling war, you can be the 10th best poker player in the world. But if you're at a table with the other 9, then you're the fish. So the key is to find games where people don't study the math. If you ain't studied the math and you sit at a table with me, it's only a matter of time before I get your chips. Especially the longer we play, weeks go by, and we continue to play, I'm going to get all your chips. You may win some here and there, but over the time, I'm going to get them. Unless you start studying and you really know the math, you're going to make negative EV plays and I'm going to make positive EV plays. Okay, I can guarantee you right now, I agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. You're entitled to your opinion. Maggie said, what's the color of happy? Yeah, see, that's a subjective. That's what I say. Just because someone asks a question doesn't mean that the question is valid. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of times people ask questions that are so ambiguous due to, I guess I would call it a pre-bias. They can't step away. And in that situation, for me, I'll just agree to disagree. I mean, it doesn't change what I think. Now, I'm always open to change what I think if someone presents me with decent evidence. But if it's not decent evidence, then typically I'm just like, all right, agree to disagree. Anyways, let's go next. Yeah. Well, between the two of us, between me and him, what is this? Oh, no, it is up to me to... Yeah, brother, I'm going to tell you right now that it is your job when someone asks you a question to break down the question. Because if the question isn't valid or it's ambiguous, then, and you don't agree, like I would never put myself in the situation that you said. So because that's not what I would do, then your question is invalid. Sorry, rephrase it. And you still haven't answered my question about risk management. I've given you a bunch of different reasons why, and you haven't countered any one of my points. I've done told you that either one can be more profitable based on the scenarios and the risk management. Depends on the person and the risk management. Like everything in life. Professional, just so you see, professional risk analysis. That's what I do. So I know firsthand other people don't think this way, but I also know firsthand most people I play with aren't very profitable at poker. So it is what it is. Like most people don't even know what the rule of 4 and 2 is. Most people can't even calculate their pot odds or their equity. Neither, because you're not going to give me $1 million. That's not how the world works. And I'm not going to put it in either one. I told you I would put it in land before I did either one. So if you want an answer, my thing would be I'd buy land, or I would reinvest it into some business. Yeah. So pretty simple. Because I think land is going to be worth more than either one of the other two. So I would say land if those are my choices. You just don't like the fact that I won't answer your question because it doesn't apply to me because that's not how my brain thinks. Welcome to being an independent thinker, brother. Anyways, I am getting bored of you now because we keep going around saying the same thing. So we are either going to talk about something else now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree to disagree. You can have your opinion, but it's not going to change my opinion. So if you're not going to change your opinion and I'm not going to change mine, why are you trying to convince me what you believe? That's called fascism. And I told you how I think. You disagree with how I think because you know for a fact, you know that one is better than the other. And I've given you reasons why it's independent based on the scenarios. There's too many variables to calculate to give a definite answer of either one. There's too many variables to calculate. So that's where I stand. You can either agree or disagree. If you disagree, cool, go do your thing. And, you know, I would say whatever you go invest in, good luck, you know. You ain't even talked about the tax implications of the stock market. Poker, you can save 30-40% on taxes because when you play cash, you ain't got to pay taxes on it unless you claim it. You're saving 40 cents on every dollar right there, unless it's a tournament. But from the tax standpoint, capital gains versus income, you're not even applying tax situations to it, which is another variable we haven't talked about. You see, there's too many variables to calculate. I don't care care what AI says. Brother, AI doesn't think. AI pulls from the stats and what people talk about, whether they're right or wrong, looks at no accreditation. I don't use AI to teach myself how to think. I use my experience. I'm in Google. You can see pictures of me placing in tournaments where I've cashed out in professional tournaments. I'm in the top 10% of players in the United States when I played back in 2018 to 2022. And I can tell you, I know the mistakes that people make because I paid money to learn the game. I studied the game. So I don't care. I use AI to help me organize, but I don't use ChatGPT or Grok or OpenAI. I don't do that to teach me how to think. I use my logic. So if you're gonna, if you don't have the experience, then you're gonna be leaning on a system that's programmed by other people but can't independently think. I think that's irrational if that's what you're gonna use for your logic. I think that's a very dangerous way. Anyways, I'm bored of talking about this, man. You know my stance. Let's talk about something else. Probably about the end of stream, to be fair. Not better, riskier. Ask the literature. I don't care unless you claim it. Well, you don't gotta claim it, but if you do claim it, you can, before the laws got changed from Trump, which that's one of the things I hated that Trump did. I know why he did it, but for poker players, it was kind of shitty. It used to be, let's say you make $100,000 in a year playing cards, which a lot of people do. It's pretty easy to make $150,000 a year playing poker if you do 60 hours a week and you play it 5-5 and you play 500 to 1,000. Your big blinds per hour. But it used to be, let's say you make $100,000, right? And then let's say you lose $20,000 because you ran into variance. That'd be like your retirement account taking a 20% drop, like in 2008, right? When the market crisis, same thing. You just run into variance, something happens. It used to be in poker, you could register as a legal gambler, a professional, have a business, your hotel, your stays, all that's deducted, and that you can get reimbursed and itemize it back. But you can't do that anymore. So because of that, that's why I would not claim it. The government took your right to claim your losses. So if they're not going to allow you to claim your losses, then I don't think you should be have to pay taxes, because you have to pay taxes on what you make. But if you find a gain that's like an investment, like a stock, and it tanks, you can't get that back. So I wouldn't claim any of my cash. You only have to claim what you make on a tournament. Your tournament winnings, they record, but in cash games, nah. And I would say because the state and the federal government took away the right for you to do that, that's actually a favor more towards the stock market, right, in that situation. But the whole thing is you just don't claim it on your taxes. If they take away your right to do that, by all means, you shouldn't have to pay taxes. And that's where I stand on that for that game. All right, guys, it's close to 2 o'clock. We've been streaming for, dang, over 4 hours. Let me take a break. I might stream back later. I need to knock out some computer work. I just got some emails over here, and I need to knock this out. So, as always, it's always fun talking to all you guys. Thanks for the interesting conversation, Mark. I still think we're going to agree to disagree. No worries. It is what it is, right? And, yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Today you talk religion. Did I talk religion today? No. Don't get me started on religion now. I just got done with stocks, poker, mindset, all sorts of stuff. I'm getting in the frame of mind where I'm getting ready to come over here and actually do some some paperwork and be productive with my clients. So please do me a favor and don't prompt me on that. I don't know if I got the energy for that right now. You know what I mean, Shawnee? So, all right, guys, God bless you. It's always a pleasure, and I will see you next time. Peace.